Good evening, everyone, or good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming to this special meeting of Brent County Council at 4 o'clock. It's a full agenda, so I'm glad that we are able to get it started early. First thing on the agenda is the attendance, and we've taken the attendance. Councillor Haley is going to be a little late. Councillor Bell is online. Councillor Pierce is coming online. And I think Councillor McAlpine is still on vacation. So everyone else is here. With that being said, we'll go to the second thing on the agenda, which is the land acknowledgement. And Councillor Chambers, you have that.
As we gather, we acknowledge that we meet on the lands and territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, Six Nations of the Grand River, and the traditional territory of the Attawandaron. We remind ourselves that the County of Brant is situated on lands that are full of rich Indigenous history and home to many First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people today. We recognize the significance of their contributions to the past, present, and future of this land. As a county, we have a shared responsibility for the stewardship of the land on which we live and work, and a commitment to the Truth and Reconciliation calls to action. We commit to continued learning, reflecting on our past, and working in allyship.
Thanks, Councillor Chambers. Third thing on the agenda is the approval of the agenda, noting that there is an addendum. Does anyone have anything else to add to the agenda? Councillor Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was wondering if we could move up 9.5 to the first part in the agenda.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Seeking a seconder.
Seeking a seconder. Councillor Howes, vote to move Councillor Coleman's issue to the beginning of the meeting. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Declaration of pecuniary interest. Does anyone have any? Okay. Delegations. We don't have any delegations. Adoption of the minutes from the previous meeting of May the 12th, 2026. Councillor Haley was supposed to do that, so I think Councillor Kyle's going to do that now for me, and it's seconded by Councillor Oakley. Any questions on the minutes of May the 12th? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed and carried, thank you. Is there any business arising from those minutes? No. Okay. Consent items, we don't have any to approve. We have none to receive. So far, so good. We did maybe have to come in at 4 o'clock. It's going to get different now. Okay, so before we start, there's a podium at the back which has papers on it that if you want to follow any of the issues that we're going to bring up tonight, please sign the piece of paper, put your email on it, and you will get information as we get it at the county to keep you informed as to whatever you're interested in for tonight. So please sign up for that before you leave. Also, I have to say that there's no cheering, booing, or hissing during these meetings. Sometimes they get a little crazy. People get a little emotional, get into it, but please don't make us call point of order because it doesn't need to happen. So I think that now that I've said it maybe out loud, it won't happen. So thank you. These are also public hearings, and public hearings mean that everyone in the room has the right to speak. So what we're going to do is I will call the public meetings open, and when I do, there'll be a presenter, a staff first, and then there'll be someone to represent the application or the applicant himself. And then after that, we're going to open it up to the public, and you can come up to the podium, and you'll have 10 minutes to speak about whatever you want to speak about. And then you can bring it back to council, and once we start asking questions, the 10 minutes changes to whatever time that you end up using once you engage the council. So with that being said, we're going to go to 9.5, which is the Canesville Settlement Area, and Brandon's going to do that. And because this is a public meeting, I'm now going to declare the public meeting open and call on Brandon to speak to this application.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to council and to those watching. I'll just do a brief kind of introduction of this project, and then I'll invite Michelle Diplock, who's here on behalf of Nethery Planning and the Planning Partnership, and they've been working on this particular project for us and with us. So before I turn things over to Michelle, I just wanted to briefly recognize the amount of work and engagement that's gone into this over the last year. The project launched just over a year ago. And we've been undertaking extensive community and stakeholder engagement with respect to this project. We've done some one-on-one meetings with residents and landowners. We've had discussions with community groups. We've had some discussions with staff from Six Nations of the Grand River. We've done an online survey. We did public workshops in September of last year. And so tonight's presentation reflects a final draft of the study and of the strategy and the culmination of this kind of feedback process. We're here not to make a decision this evening, but kind of presenting this final-esque version of the strategy, taking some final feedback back, and then we'll come back, depending how things go tonight, we're anticipating later this month to come back with the final for adoption. So with that, I will hand things over to Michelle to walk us through the presentation.
Good afternoon, members of council. So we are back today. The last time we had a touch point with council on this project was in November. So we wanted to bring back the updated and draft land use strategy to provide a presentation overview of what we're proposing. So in your packages, you will see our presentation as well as the draft land use strategy. We're here tonight to collect feedback before finalizing the strategy. So in terms of where we started with this project, this project will set the land use strategy for how the Kanesville Premier Employment Hub will grow, guiding a fully serviced and high quality employment area. So as we discussed and as part of the impetus for this project is that there is the extension of full municipal services proposed to the Kanesville settlement area. And so with that comes the opportunity to shape development. And so the purpose of the strategy will be to direct the long-term land use, infrastructure, and economic development decisions within the Kanesville area, and outline development locations, uses, and needs for a connected employment area, as well as outlining our implementation tools for this project. So for those who may be coming to the Kanesville project for the first time through this public process, we just wanted to provide an overview of the Kanesville settlement area east of Brantford and south of the 403. It is existing employment, commercial, rural residential, and large undeveloped parcels. There are major natural features influencing the area, including the Grand River and Fairchild Creek. And it is a prime location for industrial growth with a strong regional connectivity and access to major transportation routes. There are some key opportunities and constraints that have shaped the strategy. For a long time, development within Kanesville has been constrained by servicing capacity, environmental features, as well as the rail corridor and nearby sensitive residential uses. That said, there are significant opportunities, especially with the expansion of servicing to the community, as well as large greenfield parcels, highway access, transit potential, as well as integrated natural heritage and trail system. And the direction we have been given for this project is that it is employment-first growth, attracting higher value structures, as well as providing for a strong design identity and phase servicing. So the development target that is set out as part of the land use strategy is to increase the employment density from its current 15 jobs per hectare to 30 jobs per hectare. And so we're just going to give an overview of the master plan as it is presented in the land use strategy. We have proposed a village center focused around the community center, as well as adding new parks, improved streetscapes, and an interconnected trail network linking neighborhoods, natural areas, and employment lands. And we are going to walk you through quickly the proposed urban design guidelines that will inform future design direction within the Kanesville area. So within the employment and commercial areas, this is the commercial area is going to provide for daily needs and retail, for services and residents, and the nearby workforce. The idea here is to focus on high density, high value employment sectors. So advanced manufacturing, clean tech, research and development. In this area, it will have a mix of large campus style developments and smaller multi-tenant light industrial uses. The idea here is to balance a mix of employment types that align with the county's economic goals. In terms of the natural heritage system, Kanesville presents an opportunity for integrating the natural heritage, open space, and active transportation corridors throughout the area, while protecting the natural heritage system, creating opportunities for trail connections and nature-based recreation. We are looking at creating a unified structure within the community that supports growth and the Kanesville identity, as well as environmental stewardship. In terms of the public space strategy, we are looking at proposing 2 new parks. One is along the rail trail park at the trail entrance with seating, lighting, and bike parking along Papal Road, as well as within the village square at the civic heart of the community near the community center, designed for events and daily use. Both of these parks have the opportunity to enhance connectivity and visibility, as well as placemaking. Within the multimodal transportation kind of direction or strategy as part of this, we are looking at building a safe and connected network for both trucks, cars, cyclists, pedestrians, and transit. The idea is that roads will evolve over time into complete streets with sidewalks, landscaping, and traffic calming. And as sites develop, active transportation network links to parks, the employment areas, and the rail trail will be very important, as well as integrating transit stops, wayfinding, and cultural interpretation signage. In terms of the gateway strategy, we're looking at distinct points of arrival within the Kanesville community and incorporating landmark buildings as well as public art. The idea here will be to create a unique Kanesville identity through architecture, landscaping, and Indigenous placekeeping by collaborating with local Indigenous nations, including 6 nations of the Grand River and the Mississaugas of the Credit. In terms of infrastructure and sustainability, phased expansion of the water and wastewater with the Brantford Partnership is going to be a key feature that shapes development within the area. And this will enhance the development within the community and kind of create the catalyst for new development to happen. The built form will consist of high quality connected layouts, landscape buffers, and modern industrial design. And the idea behind the natural areas is that we're going to protect the ecological function, maintain existing buffers, and connect the trails and parks. In terms of sustainability, the goal will be to promote energy efficient buildings, EV infrastructure, rainwater harvesting, and recycled materials. And the county has already done a great job of kind of leading by example within the Kanesville community through the Kanesville Community Center. In terms of the Indigenous placekeeping strategy, the idea behind that is to integrate Indigenous knowledge, worldviews, and languages into public spaces through collaboration with local Indigenous nations, support cultural gathering, ceremony storytelling, signage, public art, and medicine plantings, as well as creating an inclusive space reflective of Indigenous identity, well-being, and nation-specific needs. And so part of the outline of the strategy is that as developments happen, there is encouragement to engage with Indigenous communities in shaping those developments. In terms of what kind of brings this all together, the guiding frameworks, we have the provincial planning statement, as well as the official plan for the County of Brant. As Kanesville is currently located in a rural settlement area, but is proposed to transition to full municipal services, there is a companion official plan amendment that guides how development will occur, bringing Kanesville out of being a rural settlement area and into an urban employment area. The idea is to protect employment, target higher job density, and advanced industrial. And it generally aligns with the overarching vision for Kanesville that was set out in the economic development strategy. Brant's current economic development strategy sets out Kanesville as a center of excellence for advanced manufacturing, prioritizing investment-ready infrastructure and coordinated approvals, as well as supporting innovation, clean technology, and sustainable economic growth. And the idea behind it is to direct high-value employment uses to Kanesville's largest and most strategic parcels. In terms of the responsibilities and phasing of this strategy. The county is leading the trunk servicing and arterial road upgrades, as well as regional trail connections, whereas developers are responsible for delivering local roads, site servicing, stormwater facilities, and internal trails. Servicing and transportation upgrades follow a 30-year framework tied to growth, and active transportation, trailheads, and complete streets are prioritized early on in the build-out. In terms of the implementation tools that we have currently at our disposal, we are looking at and proposing an official plan amendment with area-specific policies to implement the Premier Employment Hub vision, supporting an employment-first growth, village-scale activity, and protecting natural areas, as well as the associated mapping updates. And how this will be implemented, as the county is working on the community planning permit system, we are proposing a Kanesville-specific area overlay that will require full municipal servicing before new or intensified development can occur. It will apply the design requirements of the strategy, and essentially through the CPPS and the OPA is requiring new development to align with the Kanesville land use strategy. It does establish limits to mixed-use commercial for small and mid-scale type development, as well as establishing employment area typologies, as well as limiting residential within the Kanesville area only in the community corridor mixed-use developments or low-density housing in the existing neighborhood areas. The idea is we're also aligning development with the servicing and transportation capacity. So mapping changes in the CPPS will align with the directions of the official plan amendment. So how we're going to make this happen? So the strategy, the official plan amendment, and the CPPS guide the land uses, servicing, and natural areas, as well as the design of buildings and the streets. After the official plan approval, the focus shifts to building the needed infrastructure, and roads, water, and wastewater upgrades, stormwater systems, and trails must be built in the right order as development happens. And so with that, I'd invite any questions. Thank you for your attention. And we kind of just as next steps of the project, following the outcome of tonight's update presentation, we will be looking to refine the strategy based on feedback received, and then finalize and implement the community planning permit system, as well as coordinating the servicing, transportation, and trail upgrades, and beginning phased infrastructure delivery and review development applications. So if there are any questions, happy to take them. Thank you.
Thank you. And because there really isn't an applicant here tonight, it's just the county bringing something forward. We don't have to go, we don't have to wait for an applicant. So I'll bring anyone in the room that wants to come up to the podium. Come on up. We have no one registered, which means we can go in order of your hands. Come on up. Come on, no, this podium up here. Okay, that's everything. So if you just give us your full name and your address, please.
Yep.
And you have 10 minutes.
Okay. Is this on? Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor Bailey, attending councilors and staff. My name is Aaliyah Richards, and I'm a planner with Zelenka Priamo Limited. I'm a London-based planner, and our firm is located at 318 Wellington Road in London, Ontario. I'm here to speak to the draft policies of the proposed official plan amendment, which will implement the Kanesville Premier Employment Hub land use strategy. We understand the community corridor designation identified in mixed-use areas is intended to provide a transition between employment lands and existing residential neighborhoods. The draft policy primarily permits residential uses integrated within mixed-use buildings. This framework generally limits how mixed-use developments can be designed and implemented, so we respectfully request greater flexibility that would permit standalone residential uses as a component of a comprehensive mixed-use development within the mixed-use areas, provided that such development maintains an active commercial frontage along key corridors, being Colburn Street East. We ask that the policy framework include wording to permit both vertical mixed-use developments, so residential above commercial, in the same building, and a horizontal mix of uses, so separate buildings integrated on the same site. In essence, we believe standalone residential buildings should be allowed where they are part of an overall mixed-use development. Allowing multiple mixed-use formats improves site design, efficiency, and adaptability, will allow for greater flexibility in designing effective transitions between different land uses, and will enhance the ability to respond to market demand and the evolving community needs. In closing, we respectfully ask staff and council to recognize the unique context of these lands and consider a more flexible approach to mixed-use development, which still achieves the goals of the employment hub. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay. Is there anyone in the room that wants to come and speak to this plan, yep, come on up. Knowing that you can ask questions to both the staff and the presenter. And just your name and your address, please.
Yes, Bob Gerard, 70 Blossom Avenue.
Thank you.
And if there's a more appropriate forum for getting some of these questions answered, I'd be pleased to be informed of that. I just have a couple of clarifications just in terms of the what I printed off, the material. And in printing it off, there was originally some clarification as to these red and blue areas on this particular thing. Could you just clarify that for me right now? What's the red versus the blue?
Can we bring that map back up so we can all see it, please, the red and the blue?
Sure.
So that we all know what you're talking about.
Yeah. That one.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You want me to answer it now?
If you can.
Okay.
Sure.
Sure. Yeah, so the red area is mixed-use commercial.
Mixed-use commercial,
So
okay.
that would include commercial areas, a variety of mixed uses, whereas the blue area would be your employment area. So that's more industrial in nature.
Got it. Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. And the other question I had, it's just a pretty general question as to future process. So all of this, I mean, I think you've taken the input from the residences that are in the Blossom area, and I take it that's part of the transitional area as opposed to the employment area, correct? So there's lots of language in here about sensitivity to the transition, et cetera. This essentially hinges on the concept of compatibility, which is a pretty generic word. So I guess my question is, who, when, and how is compatibility determined, part A, and part B, is there a role for the residents in that process of determination?
Sorry.
That's okay.
Yep, so just to respond to that question, so there is, as part of the strategy, one of the things we have looked at is doing kind of that compatibility analysis to ensure, that's why that red mixed-use commercial area is now kind of bordering Blossom Avenue.
Right.
So part of that is introducing compatibility through the strategy, and then part of, I guess, the next phase of work, once the strategy's been approved, is on a site-specific basis as larger employment uses are developed, that gets kind of determined on a site-specific basis in alignment with the overall strategy.
So that would mean you will look at it as developers come forth and say, we'd like to put this particular use on this particular
Yes.
development. So in that process, have the residents been, their input been received, and are they excluded from that part of the process, or is there a role that you're envisioning for continued dialogue?
So there will be, it's a bit of a both. There will be an opportunity through the strategy in terms of what has been set out as requirements for compatibility in the developments that are proposed to come forward or may potentially come forward. So that's including landscape buffers and ensuring noise mitigation and all of that. In terms of implementation, if things conform directly to the plan, no, not quite, because it has been shaped and made a decision at this stage.
Okay.
If there's any variation in what is contemplated in the strategy, that's when a potential CPPS amendment would come forward to implement a change that isn't contemplated by the strategy.
Okay, so just a clarification to that response. So you would look, in the future, you're continuing to assess compatibility, site-specific basis. Are residents involved at all in that process? Like, is there more involvement for residents going forward, or has that part of the process been completed at this stage?
If it can, oh, yep.
Just on, and through the mayor, just to provide some commentary on the implementation. So Michelle's exactly correct. So we're inviting the commentary at this point as well. But when an individual application comes in, that development application, depending on the nature of it, would come likely to council. So a plan of subdivision would be an example of something that would come to council. And that would have an opportunity then again for the residents to provide some commentary.
Okay, so there will be a future timeframe. Okay, that's great. And yeah, that's fine. And the other part that I was confused about is you make this assessment, the property is developed, there's a second owner that comes in place down the road, right? The property's transition. How does that generally work in terms of whether the second person is compatible or not, or third or fourth or fifth? And that's it for my questions. Thank you.
Yeah, so that question is answered just in terms of the county's existing property standards bylaw, noise complaint bylaw, all of that information that also feeds to make sure that once a development has been built, there is still that requirement for good neighborliness to ensure compatibility, and the kind of what was agreed to is still continuing to be put in place.
Who's next? Come on up. Just your name and your address, please, sir.
It's Murray McDonald, 52 Blossom Avenue in Brantford. Two questions as this plan moves forward and develops. Am I jumping the gun to say that would it be expected that the northern portion of the employment lands would be the first to be developed? Or is the whole area, includes blue, which is, I know it as a Papel property, but is the whole thing in play right now?
Yeah, so in terms of the phasing of development is it will be dependent on the servicing availability. It depends on the site and the location and the willingness of a landowner to develop a site as to whether or not something's gonna be like the first phase or the second phase. In terms of the overall parcel fabric, it looks like, yes, that would potentially be the first phase of it. However, as this plan gets approved, that takes a little bit more time for implementation as services get extended. So, yes and no.
Okay, second part of the question is, county being responsible for road improvements, et cetera, to be able to develop these properties. As a resident, I would assume that if I see construction occurring on County Road 18 of a roundabout, then somebody must be looking for something going in the southern portion. Does that make sense? Maybe I wasn't clear enough.
And yeah, sorry, just to clarify, so are you asking if a roundabout is being put in at the intersection that we're contemplating development to the
Yes,
south of that?
this map doesn't show where they're initially proposed. I saw them previously.
Okay, yeah, so no applications have been made for those southerly lands. And with respect to the phasing of the actual, the infrastructure, I'm thinking what might be helpful for everyone is we can provide a map to show, but generally speaking, it would stand kind of around where the orange and red area is, along Colburn first. It's intended to loop up north and then come down to the south. we can provide a clearer map, I think, of the phasing. There's a relationship here between this strategy and then work that's already been done in our master servicing plan for Kanesville. And so that kind of lays out when those infrastructure projects are gonna pan out. So if anyone is interested in receiving that information, please sign the sheets at the back and we can absolutely provide that after this meeting. But that's the general kind of consensus of the direction, is it'll start kind of in the middle, loop up north, and then come back down along Colborne.
Right. Last question. As a resident of the street, I would like to know if, when this development goes in, are we ever going to be serviced with water? That's it.
And through the mayor, the intention with Kanesville is to fully service the settlement area. Again, we can provide some mapping and some particularities around the timing of that, but water and wastewater is the assumption for the entire settlement at this time.
Anyone else? Come on up, Mr. Smith. And again, your name and your address, please.
My name is Brian Smith, 1756 Colborne Street East. That is on the Jury Side Road and Highway number 2. What I'm very concerned with the situation as we have it is I'm definitely pro making better use of lands and using the area to advance us in technology. But one of the things at the very base of this program is that how do vehicles get in and out of there? These roads are at capacity right now. Highway number 2 is a disaster. And if there happens to be an accident on the 403, it really becomes a problem. And I just wondered if there's anything more that can be done to assist with the traffic that will be formed going into this Kanesville area. Has there been any thoughts, situations, alternative routes? I don't know. But I think that the danger that's incurred right now even in that particular area is of concern to all of the residents and the companies existing on Highway number 2. We're faced with still a rural farming area. There's dryers, there's people going up the road with tractors, and the traffic is just it's something to contend with. But I just wondered if there's anything more that has been done in that, a study, because I've heard that there was some studies done pertaining to adding some additional facilities on Highway number 2, and I don't believe them because this road is traveled. If you get up, I live on the road, and at 4:30 in the morning, it's a disaster out there. It's 80 kilometers an hour. There's nobody doing 80 kilometers an hour, maybe 120 plus, and it's a very dangerous situation. That is my concern, Mr. Mayor and Council. If anybody has any questions of me, I'm open. Any questions or any comments?
Yeah. So as part of the work on this strategy, we have done some transportation analysis of the area. That is what has informed the, we were initially proposing a lot more mixed use along, not everyone can see the master plan overview. We were proposing a lot more mixed use along Colborne Street. We've relocated a lot of that mixed use commercial, so the type of development that would require a lot of people driving in and out of parking lots, out of and off of Colborne Street to accommodate basically managing the traffic flows in and out of the street to try and reduce the number of friction points within the corridor.
I'd like to make a comment on that. I know you said that there's studies been done, basic studies, They're very basic studies, and they must be, because I don't know anybody on that road that doesn't have a situation with traffic. And I would be really pleased if someone could bring me up to speed on that. I don't believe that a basic structure or a basic look at what the traffic will be should be, if it's basic, why are we moving forward with the Kanesville situation? It should be the basic foundation of what is happening. And the basic foundation of, let's understand how we get people in and out of the area safely, because there's lineups galore at the intersection of Colburn Street and Highway 18, and plus the traffic does not adhere to any of the safety situations, and they're complicated safety situations. It's just adding more to the danger of the area. So a basic study doesn't cut it with me. I think there has to be a final study, or what are we doing with extra roads before we even start it? And I would love you to start it. I mean, that's, but I just don't think that there's been an in-depth study to really understand it properly.
So the transportation, I guess, initial study was the foundation of what has kind of created the land use strategy. We're happy to share kind of the final study coming out of this process as well to just ensure that, but it is a long-term plan for the overall improvement to all of the roads within the Kanesville settlement area for
So
safety.
am I understanding it correctly that you would be,
This is a council meeting, and all questions are to be directed through you.
sorry,
Mr. Smith, you have to direct your questions through me.
sorry, and it's my fault. I'm just new at this.
No, thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor, I would like to see a further study on what is happening with the roads, the addition of roads, intersections, what would there be? I mean, there's all sorts of rumors where roads will be, roads are coming in, but I do not, I'm not familiar with what is happening, and I just think it would be nice to share that with not only just me, counselors, and the people that have concerns why they're here today. So anyways, I'll leave it now, but thank you, Mr. Mayor.
No, thank you.
And thank you, counselors. Thank you, sir.
No, thank you for coming in. That's why it's so important that you do put your name on these sheets, and we will fill you in. And the clerk is taking, that's why we ask for your name and your email address. You'll get all the information we have concerning traffic. And this early in the process, we're just, as I said, bringing you all of this for information. We don't know who our tenants are going to be. We don't know where they're going to build. We don't know the residences, the subdivisions. Everything is so general right now that we can't, but there have been preliminary traffic studies done, so we'll make sure you get the most current, yeah. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Beekendam, and I own properties at 1404, 1440, and 1446 Colburn Street. And so first, I'll say, like, in principle, I'm really excited to see that we're talking about Kanesville. I grew up on the Jerseyville Road, and this neighborhood has been my home since I was a child, and I've always seen potential here. So I'm really excited that we're now talking about doing this. But my comments are mostly in support of the very first speaker. And in the official master plan, that stretch along Colburn and some along Brant School Road was all a neighborhood node. And I'm new to this too, and I don't really follow this stuff closely, but to my understanding, that was a fairly broad zoning that could accommodate mixed-use residential, small commercial, and it had a lot of different applications there. I'll say on that road, there's nobody talking about development. Not a single person's knocked on my door looking to buy my property. I'm not looking to sell my property. Nothing's actually happening there yet. So I just don't see the benefit of changing all that zoning and limiting it to the mixed-use commercial when mixed-use commercial was even allowed in the neighborhood node zoning, like small scale commercial was already allowed there. So I just don't see the benefit at this stage of the game to limit it. And like you just said, Mayor Bailey, that we don't really know yet who these people are gonna be and what's gonna come. So I'd just like to leave the flexibility for the creativity of whatever entrepreneurs or visionaries come and want to do something in this area. So, yeah, that's just my comments. I don't think we should be limiting it too tight at this point, because who knows what kind of cool things could come out with this. So, thank you.
I'm glad you're excited about it, because you should be excited about it.
Yeah.
Kaysville's been sort of dormant for a little while, and it's exciting to even see the mapping. So Brandon, can you explain why the zoning has changed?
Of course, through the mayor. So in this particular area, okay, so I'll back up a little bit, but a lot of the servicing here is dependent on a servicing solution through the city of Brantford. So there'll be particular requirements that we have to meet with respect to allocation. One of the broad level things that we do have to do is restrict the amount of residential that's allowed. So that the focus has been on this being an employment area. But recognizing that industrial uses aren't just the only option, we did think that extending that mixed-use commercial opportunity provides the industrial and commercial, while still honoring the fact that we need to restrict the residential potential in the area. So that's the basis of that change.
Okay, yeah, no further questions. Thank you.
You all right?
Yep.
Okay. Next, who else wants to come up? Yep, come on up, sir. The only reason we're making you come up is because if you don't speak into the microphone, the people that are watching us can't hear you, or I would bring the microphone to you. And your name and your address, please.
Jim Bray, 1356 Colburn Street East. Is this the mic? Yeah.
That's the mic.
After 93 years of age, I finally had to get hearing aids 2 weeks ago, and I couldn't quite hear what some of the people were saying. But what I did hear was this problem on what was called Number 2 Highway, Colburn Street East. I live in that, or I have a business in that same place, and I've been all over southern Ontario, more or less, in different businesses, and I think Kaysville's the greatest place I've ever been, and I don't see I see problems with people driving fast in a 60 zone, but I haven't seen anybody driving 160K, and there's cops there quite a bit now as well. But what I'm here about is, what is the difference between, like, I have an automotive dealership, I sell trailers, but I have an automotive dealership. Now, the mixed-use commercial is across the street and right next door, but they got me zoned here as employment area. So can I not continue, or could I sell that property to somebody to want to still have an automotive dealership there? So I'm just wondering what the changes, what the positive purposes of the changes are. But as I say, but as far as that highway goes, yeah, it's a 4-lane and people drive very fast, but I've been in a lot of different places in southern Ontario, a lot more dangerous and a lot poorer place to be than in Kaysville.
Thank you. Brandon, do you want to come up and explain what the different zoning will mean to him?
Pardon?
He's going to explain to you about the zoning.
Yeah.
I'm going to explain the zoning for you.
Yeah.
That's all right. So through the mayor, Mr. Bray and I have chatted on the phone, actually.
Oh, we talked on the phone, it was you.
Yes, it was me. It was me. Yeah, so we've chatted about that, and we've discussed the idea of legal nonconformity, but also the fact that the zoning right next door is the mixed-use commercial, and we can absolutely contemplate an adjustment to keep that going. But the business is well-established, and you'd be able to continue with that.
Yeah, but what about if I sell it?
Yeah, so based on what's proposed right now, it would be for an industrial nature. But again, we've chatted about.
So I couldn't sell that to somebody that want to continue the trailer business?
They would be able to continue the trailer business, yes. They would, yes. It's if they were to do a different commercial use, then we would have some questions about that, but.
So I'm assuming that that mixed-use commercial is better than employment area as far as value goes.
It depends, and I'm no expert in land value, but with respect to your business specifically, we can take the comment back and we can have a chat about what maybe is the most appropriate for your situation.
I'm a little nervous on change.
Most people are, so that's no problem. We appreciate the comments.
Seldom is, we hope it's positive, but seldom it is not.
Fair enough.
Thank you. Who's next? Anyone in the room that wants to come up and speak? Yep, come on up, please. And your name and address, please, for the clerk.
Yeah, my name is William Whiskey. I am from 1422 Colburn Street and 11 Brand School Road. I had a number of questions for, just trying to wrap my head around this. I got this paperwork late, so I didn't manage to get somebody else to come here and do this, which is what I would have preferred. But the questions I have are, when I look at the master plan that was approved, it states in there that, you know, the plan is not under, it's not, the official plan approval is final and not subject to any appeals. Now, I know that's the whole plan. It also states in there that the official plan is provincially mandated population expansion, all that stuff. It's all done to also satisfy their requirements. And because the property that I own is in the area where they're talking about changing community node to general commercial, mixed commercial, I'm curious about the proposal that they have to put a mixed commercial development right in the middle, like a mixed commercial village development right in the middle of the existing industrial park. When I was listening earlier, the desire was to increase the employment from 15 per hectare to 30, and you're taking a whole bunch of existing employment lands and you're converting it to a park, landscape boulevards, mixed commercial, which is, I guess, retail stores, residential. I also heard the gentleman speaking about the concern with the amount of development is residential because of the sewer situation. My concern is that if this proposal goes forward, I don't think it's in line with what the official plan intent was. And I wonder why that's done and for what reason. Like, who just took it upon themselves to design this right in the middle of an industrial park? And then secondly, I'm concerned that if this actually happens, you're going to get commercial, small commercial, residential developments in that area, which are upstream from the lagoons, which is where I understand the pumping station was built to pump the wastewater to the city of Brantford sewers. My concern with that is once that happens and the amount of flow increases, that they say, well, there's not enough to continue servicing anything further downstream, which I understand also will be needing another pumping station on Brand School Road in the future to service those lands. So in line with what another gentleman said, I don't understand why you'd have to change the community node zoning in order to accommodate this plan at all, because I think the existing zoning covers what you want to make it, but it just restricts it. And I also would be really opposed to changing the industrial park area, demolishing buildings, making way for a new village in the middle of an existing industrial park. So that was some of the items I had. So I know that a bunch of the buildings that they've built along Colburn Street East have all put in holding tanks because they're all waiting for sewers. My theory is the vehicles do drive way too fast along there. I would like to see them leave the existing employment lands, put the pumping stations in, and put a traffic circle where Colburn Street meets Brant School Road, and that would slow down your traffic and create more of a user-friendly area for everybody. And that's about it. And that's only, I mean, it's only 1,000 meters of servicing from the pumping station downstream, and you've got like 30 acres of land, which is zoned community land, community node, which would service all the other things that I hear that you want. That's it.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you for that. Did you want to stay up till we put the, do you want to see the map again? So can we put the map back up? Maybe we could leave the map up. I think we're going to refer to it a couple of times. So the piece that you were concerned about is in the middle of the industrial park?
Yeah, my theory was if you look at the plan from the official plan, I don't know if you can put that one up, but it shows that whole orange area in the industrial park to be employment land.
Right.
So I heard earlier that we're trying to increase the density of the employment. So why are we taking this big chunk of land with existing buildings, manufacturing, whatever's there, and why are we converting that to a park?
Do you want to explain that to the gentleman, please?
Sure, yeah. So the existing kind of village center, or the proposed village center here, is proposed to be mixed-use commercial, so it will have commercial permissions, but it will not have residential permissions. So it is proposed to be still employment-focused, mixed use. It's just having additional permissions added to allow for retail and restaurants and that type of village center orientation within the employment area.
So just to respond to that, one of the pictures I've seen, and like I said, I'm not very good at presenting all this, so that's why I'm not a teacher. But anyway, it showed all the landscape boulevards and trees and everything else, and I'm like, this is an industrial park. You know, now we're turning that into this, you know, landscaped, small retail stores, and I presume that there's gonna be residential there too, to some degree. And I just didn't understand, when I read the official plan, they were talking about having live-work communities where they could have the whole realm of places to live, places to walk to work, you know, parks, and that's where, like I said, there's 30 acres available there. That's fully, you know, developable. So.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room want to come up and speak? I'll ask for the second time. Is there anyone else in the room that wants to come up and speak? And I'll ask for the third and final time. Is there anyone in the room that wants to come up to speak? Seeing none, I'll close this part of the public meeting and I'll take it back to council. Council, do you have any questions, concerns, comments? Councillor Oakley?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just to staff, sort of picking on a few threads there in regards to with the village center, the amenities, those types of things. Are those types of amenities, you know, the trails, parks, natural areas, restaurants, shops, are those amenities that are attracting prestige employment? I.e. to say, are we more likely to have our prestige employment build out faster or build out better, having those amenities versus not having those amenities and have it all be quote unquote employment?
Through the mayor to the councillor, one of the, I guess, attractions of a full business park is typically that opportunity to have places for your employees to go get lunch, be able to kind of do some of the everyday things we need to do as part of like work and life within that community. So that is a piece of it. It's hard to say whether or not the retail and restaurants will attract larger scale employers or whether the larger scale employers will attract the retail. But they are kind of symbiotic and working together in that regard.
Thank you.
Councillor Bell, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. A few questions for Brandon. We're referring to this area as a premier employment area. What's the difference between a premier employment area and a prestige employment area?
Through the mayor to Councillor Bell, we're just referring to this as a premier employment area for the purposes of branding, I'll say that. Prestige employment is actually something we'll be moving away from the terminology. You'll see that in this official plan amendment, but that is a result of the provincial direction to standardize official plans. There is one designation for employment lands, that's employment area. So that's reflected in our official plan amendment. And then As I said, that premier employment thing is more of an economic development kind of branding tool. So once all of this stuff is in place, we'll be able to use that as a branding opportunity and an advertising opportunity for this area.
So I can't read into it that it's particular kinds of employment that would be brought to this area, which would be labeled prestige.
That's correct. So the strategy itself sets out the preferred types of employment that we're looking for, and the idea is that we're branding this again as a premier employment hub based on those employment types.
Okay, thank you. Next question. The mixed-use commercial designation does not exist today in our official plan. Is that correct?
Through the mayor, that is correct.
And as I understand it, it doesn't mean mixed use in the sense that it's residential and commercial, as we're commonly using mixed use. And if I also recognize that that would mean there's no residential properties on Ewart Avenue or Zula Road. Is that correct?
Through the mayor, the designation itself is a result of the provincial directions, just so that you know, the mixed-use commercial terminology comes from them. But you are correct, it is commercial mixed, not commercial mixed with residential. There may be a couple existing residential uses, but I don't believe, there are any along those two roads that you've mentioned.
Okay, thank you. The graphic that we showed earlier that the mayor has to be put back on again, it's very attractive, I have to say. But if you look at that area at the moment, particularly if you look at Zula Road, for example, there are some fairly substantial buildings there, some fairly substantial employment activity there now. And what you show is kind of visionary. It's very creative, but that is it would imply that there's quite some demolition to be done in order to achieve what's shown on that drawing.
Through the mayor to the councillor, while the strategy sets out a long-term vision, there is going to be no requirement that people cease their existing operations. We'd like to encourage them to continue to operate as long as they're able to within the Kanesville community. What we're doing through this is introducing additional permissions for them to be able to do different types of development, should they choose to, throughout the implementation and growth of the strategy.
So it won't look quite as pretty as it does on your drawing.
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. Just to the comment about the village centre, I mean, it does look very attractive. It looks like it's the centre of a residential area, and I just wonder, is it in keeping with an industrial area to have that green centre? Would it not be more appropriate to fully utilise the area for industrial or commercial purposes?
Through the mayor to the councillor, it would be more efficient. However, we do want to continue to provide green space as well as protect the natural heritage features of the kind of community as a whole for not just like enjoyment of existing residents, but existing employees within the area, and creating an attractive place for businesses, people to go on their lunches, that type of, I guess, enhanced streetscape and walkability within the community so that people choose to stay in Kanesville throughout their workday without needing to drive further out.
Okay, I'll take that. Final question, what is the timeline for the provision of municipal servicing?
Through the mayor, I don't have the exact details on it, but there is a time frame that's set out with our the master servicing plan that was done. I believe the conversations are still kind of undergoing or underway with the city of Brantford, and we're hoping to provide some more specific details on that timing. But for the time being, we're kind of defaulting to what's noted in the master servicing plan. And I don't know if Alicia maybe has some additional commentary on that.
Through your worship to council, so my understanding is that some aspects of the servicing are underway right now. Approved, the design is in the current capital budget, and I believe that Dave's team is working on that right now. Theoretically, once the design is complete, then they would move forward with implementation whenever that design is complete and he comes back for direction.
Okay, final comment. Once Cairnsville is serviced, does that move it from being a rural settlement area to being an urban settlement area with the consequential impact that you could expand residential development?
Through the mayor, it does change the classification of it, but we will be coming back actually to council with some potential or suggestions to change our current classification system in the OP, so that it is not as kind of cut and dry that way. But this strategy does lay out that this in particular is an employment area. The servicing is reserved and will be allocated accordingly for employment uses. The policies in the OP and the CPPS will reflect the same with prohibitions on residential development.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Before I go to Councillor Haley, can I get somebody to put this on the floor for me, please? Councillor Howes and Councillor Oakley, thank you. Councillor Haley?
Through you, could I please see the map again?
Sure, let's bring the map back up.
Okay, I apologize for being late, and I didn't know if I think Mr. Pattison did address the buffering for the Brookfield community on the northeast there, that's in Brantford, because it looks like it's right next to Blue, and we did measure, and the backyards of the people on Hansford are 60 meters if you measure across the highway to the Blue in the northeast there, sorry, northwest. So I didn't know if that had been addressed. Did I miss that?
No, we haven't talked about that, so.
No.
Did you have questions on that?
Yeah, I see that with Blossom Ave, you have the orange, which is buffering the Blossom Ave community, and you have the natural heritage. But I don't see any buffering for the Hansford community, and they did send a letter in November that I read, and they did ask that they be consulted and that they they do want buffering. So I would think that if we're trying to protect residential areas, that looks in the blue there, like if you look right at the corner of Colborne and County Road 18, right now you have a great big warehouse that's come up at the corner. The very next place is going for M3. M3 is heavy industrial. Yeah, my request would be, from hearing from them, is do we consult with them because they are so close, and do we buffer them? That's one question. I have a few questions.
Yeah. Brandon, you want to speak to Ella's buffering?
Yep. So this is definitely something we can take back as part of the implementation of the strategy. As well, I just wanted to mention that all employment uses will be required to buffer for noise mitigation and that stuff in accordance with provincial standards and guidelines. So that will be a key component of redevelopment within the area for creating new employment uses.
Thank you. I need the map. Sorry, if you could keep it up while I ask. I have a few questions. Thank you. So what I see is, I read about buffering, and buffering is screening and making sure you've got your garbage in behind and whatever. But when I look at the Brookfield community there, the Brookfield development, I do not see the orange that I see with Blossom Ave, and I think we need to be fair. If Blossom Ave is being buffered, I feel we need to buffer the Brookfield community, or they have a different name now. It's Hansford residents have written. So screening doesn't cut it for me. I'm asking, will we do the same as far as buffering? That's my request.
And through the mayor, yeah, I think that's definitely a fair comment, and we can take that back for consideration in the final, but just so that everyone has some awareness of what we're doing in the southerly portion there. So that mixed-use commercial does allow some industrial, but only light industrial. So it does provide a natural, like a buffer in that sense, but it's a directed buffer. So we're putting it in our land use schedules, and I do think maybe there would be some benefit of considering that in the north end. So we will absolutely take that back.
Okay. My concern is that the second building to the east of Colborne and County Road 18, which is right near Brookfield residents, it's going for M3 already. And so that's a concern because that's the highest industrial, that's heavy industrial. So things seem to be proceeding before we finish the plan. That's a concern. So then if we are buffering neighbors, you do have neighbors. If you look down, you see the red line going south. That's the rail line. The dotted white is the rail line, and then you see Old Onondaga crossing it. So right there at the edge of the blue and the red line and the white, you have some very concerned residents. Will we be buffering them? They have pre-existed, they're pre-existing, they've been there. Will we give them the same courtesy?
Brandon?
Through the mayor, as Michelle has mentioned, there's buffering considerations in the employment uses as well. We've taken a different approach with that because it is an existing kind of area with existing industrial uses. Any new uses would be subject to the buffering pieces, but we have opted not to redesignate it away from employment lands. We can look at that, but again, I believe there was already some comments about taking out employment land designation. And again, what we're trying to do here is find that balance, right? So mixed-use commercial does allow a certain level of employment, but we do want to make sure that the blue designation, we don't really reduce that below what is in the official plan.
Yeah, I guess I'm, through you, Mr. Mayor, the mayor, I'm just concerned about equity for residents, that we protect all of them. We have some people who are very upset right at Old Onondaga and the train track. They're very upset. And so I'm just trying to look at equity for the residents, for protecting them, you know, whether you could have light industrial there near them. That's my concern. So that was one question, okay? I just had a few more. I see that Cairnsville's known for Black history, and there's a plaque to honor Black history, early Black residents. So I just wonder, I know we're consulting with Six Nations, with First Nations, but could we also sort of weave in that theme? That's just a request. Okay, yeah, okay. And third question, what Indigenous input has there been so far? I know we're talking about placemaking and maybe sculpture that's Indigenous. What Indigenous consultation has there been on the industrial, on the uses? What feedback has there been from First Nations?
Through the mayor to the councillor. In terms of your comment about the Black history of the Cairnsville community, that was part of our background research and is easy for us to implement into some of the history of the area. In terms of the Indigenous engagement that we have done on this project, it has followed the outline of the general public engagements. We did have a meeting with the Mississaugas of the Credit as well as Six Nations of the Grand to talk about the proposed strategy. And then as part of the strategy itself, as development applications come forward, they are encouraged to consult with the Indigenous communities on what the placemaking of the development would look like from an Indigenous perspective. So that is written into the strategy for developers to do as sites are individually brought forward.
Okay. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So it all sounded, I need the map, sorry, I need the map. It all sounded very lovely that we might have Indigenous art. Is there any way to see that map? Yeah.
Bring up the map, please, with the art application.
Yeah. So it all sounded very creative, that there would be Indigenous art, but can I see the feedback from the Indigenous community on the industrial, on the employment lands, not on the art, not on the, yeah, I'd like to see that.
And through the mayor, so as Michelle said, we did meet with the nations about, because this plan is at a high level, it's not deciding the specific uses of each property. There wasn't really a focus on that, but we would be circulating each of the individual applications to the nations. That's likely when that commentary would come. But we're happy to reach out again and see if there's any suggestions or any commentary from them on the specific employment uses. It was my understanding that we didn't receive anything on that particular topic. It was more so on the high level directions for enhancing the area.
Okay. I do remember being at a meeting in August where Wilf Davey from Six Nations mentioned land claim, and he was quite, he had quite a presence in that meeting, and so I just wanted to know if we had followed up on his concern.
And through the mayor, I know there's ongoing conversations about the land claim perspectives and the land claim stuff that's going on right now, happening with the nations. So I'm happy to find out some more information about that. But as far as I know, those conversations are still ongoing.
Okay, and my final question was, I didn't understand page 159, site-specific CN1. I didn't know quite what you meant by that. Page 151,
And
sorry.
through the mayor, the
Sorry, 159.
CN-1 lands are the most northerly lands here. I believe they've been previously called the Papal lands, just north of the railway, or the rail trail. Michelle is just, so that is what that is referring to, CN-1. It has a current site-specific in our official plan.
Okay, and just one moment, you said on page 159, sorry, just a moment here. Development on private services shall only be permitted on lands within the site-specific policy area CN1. So is that north of Coburn? And that's private services, and I believe that was the reason that it was allowed in the settlement boundary expansion?
Through the mayor, that's correct. That is the land north of the rail trail, and that was one of the conditions of allowing it into the settlement area through the official plan process in 2023.
Okay. And one final question. With the trail and with the M3, can users of the trail who are right next to the M3, can they comment? Would their input have any weight? And that's the end of my questions. Thanks.
And through the mayor, anyone can provide commentary on the applications, and I'd encourage any of the users of those trails to provide some commentary on those uses. So.
Thanks, Councillor Haley. Councillor Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No questions, just an awful lot of comments. And listening to the public here tonight, and I'll throw this out first, is that when I first seen this proposal a year ago, whenever it was, at Kanesville Community Center, I come home and I said, I think this is somewhat of a fantasy project. Really great, but I'm not so sure it's for Kanesville. I think there's aspects out of it that we can use for Kanesville. So if you can take a little bit from here and a little bit from there, you can maybe make it work. But that's the main line railroad. And there's a spur line in it, and that is the most important thing for industrial, that we have a spur line, which we don't have here, out here in the northeast for Paris, in the settlement area, Paris and industrial area out here. We have a spur line, and it's connected to an awful lot of industry right now. And I don't see that industry moving so we can move other things in there that are compatible. So I really have a problem with the change in the zoning on some of this mixed use. What is wrong with what they've already got there present? So I would like to see them go back, before this comes back to council, whether it's this term or the next term or whatever, and do a little more studying on it. Because I think you're going to upset an awful lot of area residents out there in the far end of the Kanesville settlement area, or Branch School Road and whatnot, Jerseyville Road, on how the change of use of their zoning is going to happen. Listen to what the residents have said here tonight. Mr. Bray is absolutely correct. And that man has driven more roads than anybody because he used to race stock cars. So he knows what speed's all about. So listen to the people, and I think it'll work, but you've got to take bits and pieces out of it. My final comment is, you want industrial land on the south side of the railroad on 18. How are you planning on getting those people to walk back to the so-called restaurant shops on the other side, because you got to go over a railway track? And think about, the final is, we have a congested area there already on traffic. There's no doubt about it. That needs to be in here, and it's not. Not at all. So, there's my comments, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Coleman. Now, I have someone online here that I don't know who it is. Does anyone know who's online here? Okay, I'm going to take a chance and ask him what he's doing here and ask him to speak. So anything could happen. Mr. Online here, with your hand up. Say hello.
My name's not showing up there, David Cece.
Oh, maybe it is. Yeah,
Okay.
oh, there it is, yeah.
So, it's all right. When Ella was speaking, I had my hand up then and I wanted to speak then. No, I don't think enough people were informed, especially our residents in Hansford Drive, which our backyard's back on to the said lands. Like the gentleman just spoke now, the traffic is already terrible. The noise is like we can't even, the neighbors can't even speak to each other now with the noise level of the traffic. It's increased over the past 10 years. Now with this new industrial lands, how much more is it going to increase? There's been no assessments, environmental air assessments, traffic assessments done from our side of the road, just because it's a road and a boundary line from the town of Cairnsville, and we're now considered Brant City. Well, we have a fair request and a proper assessment. And like Ella said, there's no buffer. It's just going to be straight industrial right out of our back windows looking into industrial. Where at least on the other side of Colborne Street now, there's a lighter buffer there. It doesn't go directly into industrial.
Okay, so they're just your comments, sir?
That's it. That's my comments.
Well, I think going back to Councillor Coleman's comments, if you go down to the end of Hardy Road, you'll see that Hardy Road did something like this, only they gave big frontages to all the industry. They've given them lawns, and they've given them places to sit to eat their lunches, and they have food trucks come in. So I think there is something in between. I don't know. Maybe we need trees and we need green, and that's great. As Councillor Coleman said, that's a bit of a fantasy to some people in the room that live there now and have lived there for 35 years. They can't imagine that. But I think Hardy Road at the end has done a good job of making it comfortable and green and in a different way without it being a street, without it being tree lined and things like that. But I appreciate the work, that's for sure, that staff has done. It's been a year's work that puts this thing together. So is there anything else that council wants to comment on or say? Councillor Miller?
Yeah, one comment and a couple questions. I'll agree with the two Brians on traffic, Brian Smith, Brian Coleman. I mean, I tried to get off of Ewart Ave onto County Road 18 at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and I was turning right, and it took a long time. So yeah, traffic's bad now. I would be concerned about traffic in the future, but we'll leave that to the studies. In the presentation, one of the lines was integrate transit stops. My question is, who's transit?
Through the mayor to the councillor. The idea is for the potential of transit expansion to the city of Brantford. So there is a proposed, I think the route number is Route 15, an extension into the Cairnsville Community Center. And so that is where that opportunity to, once that line is extended, integrate transit into the Cairnsville community.
Okay, in this scenario, have you integrated the spur line?
Through the mayor to the councillor, we have integrated the potential for the spur line. Brant County Economic Development did reach out to CN on what that would take in terms of being able to potentially add new connections into the rail line. It will be a fairly significant process, and so that would be something that you would need to have kind of a landowner ready to go before you would investigate adding that connection in. So it has been considered as part of the overall strategy and is why we have kind of left room for larger industrial uses within the southern portion.
Okay, I think it is an important asset, and I think we should be making use of it. to make this premier employment or prestige employment, we're going to use area-specific policies. Those area-specific policies, how well do they do at, say, keeping out somebody that wants to, say, set up a warehouse in the area? Can they do that legally, or?
Through the mayor to the councillor, the idea is to, and the kind of drive behind this strategy has been to limit warehouse-type uses within Kanesville. So there is still going to be an opportunity for some limited storage, but it wouldn't be kind of a standalone warehouse-type development that is looking to be attracted to the Kanesville community.
Okay. But again, that's accomplished through the area-specific policies? Is that how we're doing it?
Yeah.
And they're used in other municipalities to do that?
Yeah.
And they're working?
And through the mayor, sorry, just to add to that, so the area-specific policies will provide that direction, but what we'll see with the community planning permit system is the zoning essentially to implement that. So we will need those two pieces together, but Michelle's exactly right, that those will set the basis for this direction about warehousing, and then we'll implement it through the zoning itself.
Okay. I wanted to ask, reading this, I mean, maybe we're not there, but obviously there's a dearth of financials, you know, how much does this cost? And I think in the long-term financial plan, I'm sure we have some placeholders for upgrading, you know, the sewage, the wastewater, and a couple other things. But, and I know when you're doing an industrial park, maybe it's not the best way to look at it as a cost so much as an investment, but I'm just wondering, how much is this all going to cost? And I know we're probably not there, but it looks like it could be significant.
Through the mayor to the councillor, and I may tap in Jeremy to assist with this answer, but I'll start. It is a little bit more of an investment as you extend municipal services to an area and attract large-scale employers. They do generate significantly higher tax revenue than the residential tax base, and so that is part of it. I think one of the things that makes Kanesville unique is there is already kind of that master servicing plan to extend services to the area underway. And once those services are available, the goal of the land use strategy is to shape the development that will come alongside that, rather than kind of letting applications come forward on a case-by-case basis. So the intent is to set the vision, and I'll turn it over to Jeremy perhaps to speak about costs.
Through the mayor to councillor, so the visions you're seeing are visions, like as we are aware, these are concepts of how we could see this grow forward and look in that perspective. Implementation will come at the time we redo a street, for example. So if we're going to redo and reconstruct a street, put in servicing and rebuild it, operations staff would bring forward a plan, and so here's the concept, here's the costs, and here's the. So we would know at that time when we're redoing a street. So we're not going to be going into Kanesville saying we're going to redo all the streets today. Yep. It's as needed as time goes on. We're going to redo that when they're timing, and they would present that street redesign and say, here's what we're proposing. Do you want the sidewalk here? Do you want it here? How do we interconnecting these? What about street trees and that? They'll present that costing at that time as part of an overall street reconstruction. So it's going to be part of a street reconstruction process, which you would see at any point in time, just maybe a bit more enhanced than you're used to in a more rural settlement, because it's going to be an urbanized settlement.
Okay, so we got some initial upfront costs, but the others will be spread out over time, and hopefully with the industrial, it'll help pay for it. So, okay, then the last thing I'll just say is, I kind of consider, it does look a little fancy schmancy, I guess, for an industrial park, but I struggle with what Councillor Oakley asked, you know. Maybe if you build it, you do attract the prestige employment. I don't know, but I guess time will tell. So, thank you.
Any other councillors? Councillor Chambers?
Just through you, Mr. Mayor, to either of the planners. It strikes me that we're talking about industrial growth in an area that is, a lot of it's already developed. And the areas that are being slated for development are the areas south of the rail line and the Papal lands. But other than that, it's pretty much already developed. So are you looking at redevelopment of the developed area? Or are you looking at development occurring in the undeveloped area? And all of the fancy colors, the orange and the blue and the, yeah, that's already in place. So explain to me what we're looking at in the future in what I'm calling the already developed areas, as opposed to the undeveloped areas, which will be developed.
So through the mayor to the councillor, we are looking at designating developable lands as well as the potential for redevelopment within the mixed-use commercial area. And so there is the opportunity that if an existing landowner wanted to redevelop their property or wanted to sell to somebody who would build something new, there is that opportunity to be able to redevelop it into something different. However, their existing land use permissions would continue to apply for as long as they wanted to stay in that community for up to 100 years. So that's the intent there, is it's providing a vision for what it may transition to in the future, what the goal is towards the future, but not shutting anybody down or stopping anybody from being able to continue their business and grow it within the Kanesville area.
So maybe I should talk to the economic development people and ask them how much interest is in redeveloping, for the properties, in redeveloping their own properties, which just intuitively suggests to me that it's not going to be a lot, but there may be a lot of development in the undeveloped areas that impact the area a lot more than redevelopment in the developed areas.
Through the mayor to the councillor, yes. We are, through the initial consultations that we did in September, we did hear from a lot of the landowners within the mixed-use commercial areas, and so there was some interest in the room about the potential for redevelopment. That said, there's also lots of interest in the room for existing businesses to want to continue to stay, and so that is, it's a bit of a mix in those areas, as well as the larger parcels that represent kind of that, I guess, greenfield type development, large parcel opportunity for development.
Just a final thing, I suppose examples of what you're, of redeveloping already developed areas would be the home hardware store at the PV location, I don't know what's going on at Trailmobile now, for example, but that's an example of something that could be redeveloped, and that's what you're kind of indicating here.
Yeah. Yes.
Any other comments? Yes, sir. Oh. Okay. You have to come up to the podium. Yeah. I'm not sure you're supposed to, but you can.
Thank you for allowing me.
Thank you.
I think there is an inaccuracy in the map in reference to the to the blue area. And if I can reference the left-hand pink line, which is now County Road 18. Pretty much to the left of County Road 18. That's already developed land. You have Blastac there, you have Kanesville Tire, you have a number of constructions. So I think actually, if I was going to look at this, I would say, I would color that whole area as orange already. There's already development in it. Okay? Going the other way, there's a bit of variation, but to the left of County Road 18, it's pretty much all an industrial area already.
Okay, any comments?
Through the mayor, I'll just clarify. So the The colors aren't representative of what's to be developed and what is developed. The colors are representative of the land use. So the areas being blue do represent areas that could be developed or are already developed as industrial. But directionally, the intention here is that those blue areas would be industrial and maintained to be industrial over the long term, with the red being mixed-use commercial.
Thanks, Brandon. Any other comments, concerns? So just before we call the vote, because we do have something in front of us, which is going to send it back to staff, noting everything that's been said tonight, I will take you back to a few years ago in Canesville, when Mr. Smith and Mr. Coleman, Councillor Coleman and myself, were trying to sell a community center to you people in Canesville, and people were saying, we have a community center, Mayor Bailey, you don't know us very well, you're new. And I said, well, this will be different. This will be a bigger facility. We don't need a bigger facility. I said, well, I think you do, but I'm not going to argue because I am new. And there's a lot of you here and there's only me. So we talked about it and then we had another meeting and they still said, you know, we don't need a community center. And I said, well, you know what? I think what we're going to do is it's slated. It's been on the books for a little while and it's time that you had something new here in Canesville. You haven't had much new in a long time. And I heard fancy schmancy. We don't need fancy schmancy. Well, then we decided we were going to do it anyway. And Mr. Smith and Councillor Coleman and myself got to work and we had a community center designed. And not only did we do it, but we did it 20% bigger than we were needed to do it because of the growth that we knew was coming. And it's the busiest facility we have in the county of Brant. It's booked for years. It's beautiful. It's necessary. And so not everything has to be fancy schmancy. I mean, maybe you don't want trees. Maybe you don't want a boulevard. But I think the work that's in this report is valid. And I think it's time that every now and then we do put something in that's kind of fancy schmancy. Because why be stagnant? And why be gray? Why be gloomy? And when we built the community center in Canesville, we built it to look like a warehouse. People said, oh, aren't you going to put stone on it? Aren't you going to put brick on it? We said, no, we want it to fit in. We want it to look right from the road. And when you get inside, it will be a fabulous facility, and it is. So I'm glad that you're excited about Canesville. I'm excited about Canesville, the settlement area. I appreciate all the work, Brandon. It's a wonderful thing. Let's just send it back to staff for some comments. They've heard everything we had to say. They've listened to all the people that wanted to speak. And it's on the floor. It has a second. I'm going to call the vote. Sending it back to staff for a report. All those in favor? Where's Council? Where is he? Take the map down. I got to see Councillor Bell's hand. You got him? There we go. Anybody opposed? Thank you. We're going to take a 15-minute break. A couple of counselors, but we do have quorum, so we're going to carry on. I'm sure they'll come surprise us. 9.1 is 295 Grand River Street North, and Ryan's going to come up and talk to us about that. It is a public meeting. I call the public meeting open, and Ryan's going to speak to the application.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This presentation is related to application ZBA 1426RC. It's a zoning bylaw amendment application for the lands known as 295 Grand River Street North in Paris. Application received from Zelenka Priama Limited on behalf of Omni Quality Living Southwest. And this presentation is to be received for information purposes only. Thank you. The subject lands are located on the east side of Grand River Street North, south of Scott Ave or future Ann Wilson Way. The lands are have a frontage of approximately 106.2 meters. Primarily fronting Grand River Street North as well as Scott Ave. Lands have an area of approximately 12.6 hectares or 31.1 acres. Surrounding land uses include low-density residential to the south, commercial to the west, agricultural to the north, and natural heritage open space to the east. Subject lands are designated in the county's official plan primarily as a community node, as well as a sliver of open space and natural heritage. The intent of the community node designation is to allow for a range of higher density uses such as mixed use, residential and commercial, as well as institutional type uses. Currently, the subject lands are zoned as minor institutional at 1, holding provision residential singles HR1, holding residential multiple high density HRM3, as well as open space on the easterly portion of the lands. The proposal that we're looking at today regarding the zoning bylaw amendment is to rezone the subject lands in order to establish zoning criteria for future developments, including severance applications, which you can see are sort of outlined in green, blue, red, and orange on the figure above. This will see the subject lands divided into 4 separate parcels for future development. Parts 1 and 2, being the green fronting Grand River Street North, will be a single parcel for future mixed-use developments. Parts 3, 5, and 6, highlighted in blue, will be the single retained parcel for the existing long-term care facility. Part 4, highlighted in pink or red, would be a single parcel for a proposed new long-term facility fronting Scott Ave or future Ann Wilson Way. And Part 7 to 11 in yellow would be a future single parcel for future residential and mixed-use developments consistent with the community node designation. The figure above here outlines the proposed new zoning codes for the future lots. Starting with Part 1, fronting Grand River Street North is RM3-1, special exception to permit mixed-use apartment development with commercial units at grade fronting Grand River Street. The N1-1 special exception zone is to permit the existing long-term care facility as well as a reduced frontage of 11.8 meters with that frontage coming out onto Grand River Street North. Proposed zoning for the future long-term care facility to permit long-term care facility and to maintain the holding H provision that applies now, primarily to provide adequate frontage along that parcel for future extension of Scott Ave. That's what that holding provision would primarily deal with. And then the lands to the east, the larger sort of future development parcel, if we'll call it that, the zoning proposes a holding residential multiple 3 special exception to permit, in addition to those uses already permitted within the RM3 zone, namely higher density residential, also single, semi-duplex, triplex, as well as a mixed-use apartment developments with commercial uses at grade. And then the intent as well of this application is to maintain the existing open space OS1 zone to be future, to be sort of refined in future through what would be a future draft plan of subdivision for those lands. This figure here is a concept for the proposed future long-term care facility fronting Scott Avenue to the north. Elevations as well. Some key considerations for this proposal, as well as the larger consideration for the land holdings, as the extension of Scott Ave or future Ann Wilson Way. As we probably most of us know, the currently Scott Avenue in terms of the improved road allowance, terminates just out of around Sobeys to the north there. The development of Part 4 for this long-term care facility requires the improvement of Scott Ave, as well as the future development of the larger parcel to the east. And so that'll require ongoing negotiations with the county and our operations department as to how that project will unfold and what the developer is responsible for in terms of those improvements. Also, again, the broader, larger scale development here, where traffic considerations are of particular interest. Proposed developments will have to demonstrate conformity with the Grand River Street North Corridor Class EA that was completed. And then the official plan 2023, noting the majority of the subject lands are within the community node designation, which contemplates a higher density of infill development. And of course, looking at compatibility and finding, applying good compatibility with the existing built form around, namely this lower density development to the south. Again, so this application is just being presented for information purposes tonight, and I'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we go to the questions, the agent's here. Yeah, do you want to come up, please, and speak to the application for us, and then we'll get questions from the floor.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, my name is Caitlin Crowley, Associate Planner with Silinka Priemo in London, Ontario, and agent on behalf of Omni Quality Living, the owners of this property, to speak about the consent to sever and zoning bylaw amendment. So I would first like to thank Brian and Nicole with the County of Brant for their work on these applications and for the presentation today. We appreciate the efforts and comments they have put forward so far, and we look forward to continuing working with them. There were a few questions submitted to county staff in advance of this meeting. So I did receive those via email and did do my best to reply to those in advance of this meeting as well. But obviously tonight happy to answer any further questions. The questions were primarily focused on the portion of the property that is being severed and sold, which is the larger severed parcel in that orange-yellow color that Ryan showed on the screen. One item that I would like to make note of is that Omni Quality Living is a long-term care home provider, and they are not a developer of commercial or market residential units. So this piece of property in that orange-yellow color that they intend to sever and sell, it would be severed. We're looking to add zoning permissions for a future developer to utilize that property in the future. It would be Omni's goal to sell that at some point. The open space zone that exists on a portion of the property is obviously going to be maintained. That was kind of the intent of the application, and any future development, if they wanted to alter that, they would have to submit a new zoning bylaw. And then the idea behind us severing and adding permissions for that orange yellow severed parcel, like I said, is for future development, but like I said, Omni is not.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I've lost the sound.
Yeah, I was just going to say we can't hear her anymore.
Gary, they've lost their sound.
Test, test. Check, check. Good? Oh, yeah.
Councillor Bell, you have it?
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Pierce, you have it?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks.
Thank you. We can carry
Okay,
on.
yep. So our goal of the consent to sever and ZBA in front of you today is to balance growth in a form which is compatible with that community node designation in the official plan, and support a new long-term care home in Paris with approximately 256 new long-term care beds, as well as provide a piece of designated and zoned infill property for the purpose of future development. The applicant is committed to the continued operation of the existing long-term care home, being Park Lane Terrace, and is committed to the new long-term care home proposed for this application. So if these applications are approved at a future council meeting, the site plan approval and construction of the new long-term care home would be imminent, and they would be committed to doing that as soon as possible, in coordination with the extension of Scott Avenue or Ann Wilson Way. All other development on other parcels would be subject to separate applications, owners, and public consultation. So I would like to thank everyone for their time this afternoon and thank council and staff for their consideration of these applications. And like I said, I'm available to answer any further questions.
Thank you very much. Okay, before we go to council, we're going to open it up to the room. Oh, Councillor Oakley?
Through you, Mr. I just wanted to express some concerns with the previous section of the public meeting and just that members of the public and staff and the agent sharing the podium at the same time. And I want to just express that concern going forward that as per our procedures policy and I believe also legal advice, we're not supposed to be having people all up there at the same time. Just wanted to highlight that.
Okay, we have two chairs here, so I guess, yeah, so as long as you're sitting in the chairs, Councillor Oakley will be able to sleep better tonight. Thank you, Councillor Oakley. I didn't notice that. Okay, you can now ask questions to the planner or to the applicant, the agent. Who wants to speak first? Come on up. Your name and address, please.
Mark Burns, 49 Bradbury Crescent, Paris, Ontario.
Thank you.
So good evening. As based off my address, I'm a resident of Bradbury Crescent. A lot of my questions and concerns are about the parts 7 through 11, which obviously affect our community and our subdivision that we back onto. So the first part I actually do is I do want to acknowledge that growth in Paris is necessary. It's also expected. Our community is growing, and with that growth comes the need for housing, services, and the infrastructure. I also want to acknowledge actually and applaud the retirement home for creating additional long-term beds for our seniors to give them, a safe and dignified living option. So I'm not here to oppose the growth. I recognize that the landowner has the rights regarding the future use of their property. I also recognize that the county has an obligation to manage that growth responsibly and to ensure that the development compatibility with the surrounding community. My concerns tonight aren't about whether development should occur. My concerns are about understanding what is actually being approved and ensuring that the residents have meaningful opportunities to participate before significant changes occur behind our homes. One of the biggest challenges I had while reviewing the planning justification report was actually determining what was actually happening with parts 7 through 11. So according to the report, 7 through 11 currently has some minor institutional zoning, N1. It has a residential multiple high density holding, hold RM3, has residential single holding, hold R1, as well as the open space OS1. The proposed zoning appears to be described differently throughout the report. So when looking at the report, I saw references to proposed RM3-2X zoning and the existing OS1 zone on parts 7 through 11. There's parts where it referenced RM3-XX. There's parts where it referenced the hold RM3-2X. So a little kind of concern on what that actual zoning is that's going to actually result in behind us. The application notice that was sent out to the residents of Bradbury, the map that actually was provided didn't even zone off and highlight where the OS1 zone was. So it talked about that's going to be two different zones, but it didn't give us any information on where those zones resided. So once I actually got access to some of the information, I saw it does look like it's along the, I guess that would be the east side of the property lines of the parts 7 through 11. So I guess the one thing I am looking for clarification is what exactly is going to be the zoning, the new zoning for parts 7 through 11. What portions are going to remain open space? And I think just based off the presentation, it was kind of hard to hear back there, but I believe the actual zoning is going to be RM3-2X. That's an open question if someone can answer that.
Ryan, can you do that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if we, there's a pretty handy slide on the presentation I had given that does show the proposed zoning schedule, if I could request that.
Yeah.
I think it was number 5. There it is there. Yeah, and now, I have the benefit of my screen here. It's a little easier to see now. I apologize, but if we start from the east, the sliver of OS1 zoned land, that is being maintained as existing today in the current zoning. That's not being changed. The entirety of the land holding that would be parts 7 through 11 are highlighted as proposed holding HRM3-X. The number is arbitrary. That's just for a future site-specific zone. But again, it is to permit, in addition to those uses already permitted in the RM3 zone, singles, semis, duplex, triplex, and mixed-use apartments. So it's really a complete broad range of future residential uses in accordance with the community node designation.
Okay, so just for my understanding, clarification, it's going to be HRM3-2X, which allows essentially any sort of single detached homes, semi-detached homes, duplexes, triplexes, apartment buildings, and there's an exception on there to allow ground level commercial with residentials above. Is that accurate?
Ryan, is that true?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Okay. And continuing to read through what the justification was, in addition to the rezoning to the HRM3-2X, there's also talks about removing the existing hold that's on the current classification of the HRM1. So the HRM1 is currently on hold to essentially say, we want you to do an area study, we want you to do traffic reports, we want to do a lot of these environmental studies prior to that development of that land. The justification report then says it's going to reinitiate a hold provision on provisions parts 7 through 11 only for the archaeological study, saying that the current studies, that was everything that was done, is satisfactory to remove the several holding statuses that are currently on the RM1H, or HRM1, I don't know how you pronounce it. Is that accurate?
Ryan?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the lowercase h prefix that's currently applied to the lands as well as being proposed to be applied to the lands within the county's zoning bylaw, this is getting kind of technical, but the h, a lowercase h, requires the developer to enter into a development agreement with the county of Brant. You'll notice that that's also proposed to be applied to part 5, the future long-term care facility. Holding provisions are a good tool that the municipality uses when future development is not entirely clear. And that's typically, again, applied to lands where we are contemplating a zoning or bylaw amendment for lands that we don't know what they're gonna look like, you know, a future subdivision for that matter. So it's to address, among other things, archaeology, as well as requiring the developer to enter into a development agreement with the county of Brant. It's quite standard.
So just to confirm it, the holds are in place to make sure that that land gets developed in accordance to continuity of things that are around, it fits with the organizations, it fits with the neighborhoods and the surrounding areas. So again, you're doing a lot of removing things for those holds, because it specifically says the only hold that's going to remain is to do the archaeological study case 1, or stage 1, stage 2. And I guess my question or my concerns are, we're moving a lot of the holds for the continuity when we actually have no idea what this land's going to go. It's slated wide open for single dwelling homes to apartments. Builder could come in and say, I want to put 15 apartment buildings, 10-story apartment buildings along that whole back stretch. And the only thing that would stop them, I believe, hopefully I'm wrong, is the archaeological study is clear. It meets the archaeological. You don't have to do traffic studies, you don't have to do environmental studies, wildlife studies, drainage studies, light pollution, all of the stuff that makes sure our community is set, essentially, no offense, so the landowners can sell it off to someone else that's looking to develop that land. So as I started this, I'm not looking to stop it, but I think what we're looking at doing some of these holds and removing these holds is premature because we don't actually know what the plan is for that land. So I feel that the hold, we can set it to the hold RM3 2X, but the justifications to remove that holding status, I do have issues with it, that we're prematurely removing hold statuses based off studies that were done, specifically excluding those parts 7 through 11. Reading the traffic report, it literally has that area saying it's not included as part of that study. So a lot of the residences, that potential new community is going to have about 3 entrance points. One is in our subdivision, and one is going to be off Scott Ave if it gets extended. We already have people racing through our subdivisions to beat the light at the Shell gas station. And if you have 400, 500, 600 homes in that area, they're going to be racing through that subdivision even more. So to say the traffic study is good and we're removing the hold for the traffic study for that residence seems extremely premature. One of the other questions I had, I think got answered from the prior conversation, is the next step for that hold. When that gets sold off, the new developer comes in, and I guess this is a question for council. Does this whole process repeat? So we get a notice assessment on how that large parcel of land is going to get segregated off, to review the studies, to review these holds, to understand what's happening in those areas?
Ryan?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor, the applicant's submission note that it's assumed that a draft plan of subdivision will be the form of development for this parcel, and that certainly requires public consultation at this council.
That alleviates a lot of my concerns about lighting and landscaping, because there is significant grade differences, especially behind the houses that are on the southern side of that section. It drops probably about 30, 40 feet. So, you know, our concern is, are we going to have a 10, 20, 30, 40-foot retaining wall drop behind us? Are they bringing all that land up to go through? So a lot of my other questions I'm going to hold because I think they're actually premature until we get the notice of assessment on what we're going to do associated to parts 7 through 11. But I am going to hold the comments about the holding status to remove a lot of the requisitions on the hold based off the studies that were done without knowing what that large parcel of land is going to be, need to remain.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else want to come up and speak to the application? I'll ask for the second time, is there anyone in the room that wants to come up and speak to the application? I'm going to ask for the third and final time. Come on up, Denise. Come on up.
Is that mic adjustable?
Yeah. Give your name and your address to the clerk, please.
You just lowered the table. Denise Haggart, 61 Bradbury Crescent. Is that all you need?
That's all we need.
Okay. My question was, on the new build that's taking place, where is the road into that new build?
Ryan.
Is that across from the fire hall, down that area?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if we're speaking about the new long-term care facility, yeah, it is to be accessed from across from the future fire hall off Ann Wilson, Scott Ave. The county branch, our operations team's undertaking an improvement to extend Scott Ave, and I think I alluded to that in my presentation as well, the extent to which, or the length of which Scott Ave will be improved. It's a detail to be confirmed, and also, again, who is responsible for those improvements to service this development.
Because that's not Scott Avenue down there. It's Ann Wilson Way, right?
Do you, Mr. Chair? That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, so that's going to be Ann Wilson Way to get into that new build. Is that right? Okay, now what about, maybe this is premature too, for it's hard to, I can't, there's too many numbers up there. I like the pretty colors. Can you change it?
We can go one slide back if you like. There's more colors on that one for you, Denise. There you go.
Well, I was just wondering where the road, if this is premature, I will stop talking, but the road to go down, if they do some new build in the yellow area, where would that road be?
Ryan? Oh, Ryan?
Is that premature?
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Right now, it's a driveway to get to the back of Park Lane.
And I apologize, there's another figure in my presentation. If we could come back to the county zoning, the current zoning, and it might give some context. There it is. You'll see the entrance to the south. So it basically bisects the center of that property where there's a curve. And there's a stub there. That's a municipal, that's the county's right of way there. And I think you can infer from our zoning mapping that it was always intended that a municipal road would be extended from that stub there. So it would be assumed that there would be some entrance at that spot. That's always been contemplated, yes. Whether additional entrances would come off of Ann Wilson Way in the future, like, again, kind of like I alluded to before, we're a little preliminary at this point as to how that's going to look in terms of the county's project to extend Ann Wilson Way. But I think it would be safe to infer that there will be an entrance off of Banbury there at the curve that's shown in that zoning map.
Okay, so on my little map here, it says concession here, and this is at the side of the existing Park Lane. And there's a concession. What does that mean?
Ryan?
Mr. Chair, I'm going to let the applicant answer that. That's their drawing.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. I believe she's just referencing a note on the reference plan. So that's just a legal jargon essentially for lots and concessions. So it'll have a concession with a number beside it. So that's the location of the parcel within Paris.
Right now, it's green space, right?
Yes. But it is a lot, it's a legal lot.
There's a drainage hole right there.
Yes, but the concession is just referencing the legal lot on the reference plan.
Okay, it can't be a building there, right?
Correct.
Okay. What was the other question? I pass.
Thank you.
You can put this back up again.
Is there anyone else that wants to come up and speak to or against this application? I'll ask for the second time, is there anyone else that wants to come up and speak to or against this application? And I'll ask for the third and final time, is there anyone in the room that wants to come up and speak to or against this application? Seeing none, we'll call this portion of the public hearing closed. I need to get this on the floor. Councillor Howes and Councillor Oakley, thank you. Comments, council? Councillor Howes?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Ryan, I did have a couple questions. I met with some of the neighbors last week who had some great questions, and they were well represented tonight, and I was happy to hear their questions asked and answered. I took comfort in hearing Ryan reaffirm that there would be a public process related to a draft plan of subdivision for a future, the yellow section, the big section that's going to be developed by somebody else someday. That was helpful. I wondered, for the benefit of everybody involved, if Ryan could just speak a little bit more about holding provisions in general, and just because not everybody always understands the significance of those. And then the other question I had was, throughout this document, there's the reference to the word future a couple of times. And I think it would help for everyone to understand just what future means. Like if this stage of this process is something that's worked out in the next 2 or 3 months, could future be next year? Could future be, is it 5 years from now? Is it like, could the current owners sell the to be developed in the future parcel in September? And then we're looking at next year adding to extra growth and density in the north part of Paris, or do we have any kind of vision at all of what future means? Thanks.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so 2 pieces there. I'll just speak again to the holding. The intent of the holding is not to preclude development. It is to allow for the municipality to have an opportunity to review technical studies, and also, as I said before, to require the developer to enter into a development agreement with the County of Brant. Holding provisions can be on a site-by-site basis, or you can apply sort of a general H holding provision. It's very common. There, as I alluded to before, there's holding provisions applied to the lands today. And so that, again, was to ensure that the orderly development of the lands can be accommodated, as well as servicing. It's typical to have holding provisions to ensure that future development can be accommodated with adequate municipal servicing. It's a quite common tool, but again, it doesn't preclude development, it doesn't prevent development, it just puts the onus on the developer to meet the county's requirements, and again, to also give some level of comfort to those who have a vested interest in the development. So then the second question, I think, was in regards to what future development looks like, in quotations. So the idea here is to establish zoning criteria for the lands to be developed, as well as, if you'll note in the one piece for the parcels, future parcels to front, or I guess the future entrance for the existing long-term care facility, it's to establish a minimum reduced frontage for future lots to be severed. That implies that a severance application still has to be processed by the county. We've received that application, but it is best to deal with the zoning first. So no, I don't think that this will be severed and be available to be sold in September. I think it would be probably September at the earliest that this council would see the severance applications. Typically, a developer has to satisfy a number of conditions before the severance can be completed. And in this instance, there's going to be some pertinent conditions applied regarding the future improvement of Ann Wilson Way. Those will have to be applied as conditions of severance in future, because that would preclude the creation of a lot if the frontage is not adequately upgraded and able to service a development. So there's a few items that would have to be addressed before the severance could even be completed. If we're looking at timing in terms of a development, say, I think of what we're concerned with is parts 7 through 11, the larger future residential development. I would be guessing at what a future developer would want in terms of timing for development, but it would be in the couple of years at least, noting that, again, as the applicant has stated in their submissions, and as we are aware at the county level, we would expect a draft plan of subdivision for a parcel of this scale, which certainly can take quite a bit of time through the approvals process as well. I'd be happy to expand if I didn't address your question.
Oh, that's fine, thank you.
Councillor Oakley.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, to the applicant, recognizing that this question, again, perhaps could be premature because we're talking about zoning, not necessarily a site plan today, which doesn't come to this council, but given that I see that there's quite a lot of documentation on the proposal for Part 4, I was just curious as to with the long-term care home, what sort of the approximate number of units, services, facilities available there. I think as one of the previous speakers highlighted, we desperately need long-term care homes in our community. And I know the wait lists can be quite long, speaking from personal experience. When my grandmother was on one before she passed away about 2 years ago, she had dementia, was on as expedited a list as you can be, and still it took well over a year. So I'm just curious, sort of what numbers we're speaking here.
Yes, absolutely. And as Omni does own the current Park Lane Terrace, they are aware of waiting lists, and they're aware of waiting lists all over Ontario, to be honest. So it's 256 beds that are proposed there. It is a 5-story building. Now, like Brian said, that is subject to the extension of Ann Wilson Parkway, which we intend to fully work with the county on doing that expeditiously. But a site plan approval would still be required for that portion, that property as well, and then obviously the approval and satisfaction of conditions of the severance as well. But they are highly motivated to get that up and running, that portion of it.
Thank you.
Council, any other questions, concerns? No?
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, Councillor Belli, see you now.
Yeah, thank you. A couple of quick questions. This is close to, I think, our well field. I presume that the development as shown will not be in any way affect those well fields.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the application is currently in circulation, and it has been circulated to both our Operation Water Services as well as the county's peer review service for source water protection at Cambium to comment on the source water impacts. So that will certainly be considered.
Okay, thank you. Final question, and some of my colleagues may remember this. We planted trees there on the section which I think is 7 through 11. A couple of years ago, 3 years ago. I presume that the trees we planted will be carefully looked after and moved to the right place.
I'm sure they will, Councillor Bell. Speaking on behalf of the trees.
Thank you.
Is there any other questions, concerns? It's on the floor. It has a seconder. It's to be sent back to staff for review. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Takes us to number 9.2, which is 986 to 1034 Powerline Road. And Ryan, this is yours also, and it's also a public meeting, and I'll declare it open. And Ryan's going to speak on behalf of the county, and we have someone here speaking on behalf of the agent. So whenever you're ready, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This presentation is related to applications ZBA 1326. I'll take a moment here, sorry.
Yeah. Just wait for a second, yeah.
Okay. This is a presentation is related to applications ZBA 1326 RC and PS 326 RC, zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of subdivision for the lands known as 986 and 1034 Powerline Road in Paris from MHBC Planning on behalf of Westcor 2 Inc., Orlando Corporation. And this is to be received for information only. The subject lands are located on the south side of Powerline Road, east of Cleaver Road, and just west of Rest Acres Road in Paris. It also abuts the 403 highway to the south. The lands have a frontage of approximately 1,197 meters along Powerline Road, an area of 108.3 hectares or 267.6 acres. Surrounding land uses include industrial to the east, namely being the Phase 1 subdivision from Orlando, agriculture to the north and west, residential to the northeast, and the Highway 403 to the south. The subject lands are currently designated as prestige employment with a very small portion of natural heritage within the county's official plan. And the current zoning is agricultural A and natural heritage. The proposed draft plan of subdivision entails a total of 8 blocks, of which blocks 1 through 4 will be for future large-scale industrial development, block 5 for a stormwater management facility, block 6 being open space, block 7 servicing corridor, and block 8 lands required to be conveyed to the MTO. There's a larger scale version of the draft plan. This proposal also entails a zoning bylaw amendment, proposing 2 new zones for the subject lands with 2 site-specific light industrial M2 zones, as well as open space zone for the future stormwater management block to be conveyed to the county. So the Area 1 highlighted in pink is a proposed light industrial site-specific zone to permit a maximum building height of 20 meters and a parking rate of 1 space per 250 square meters of ground floor area for the development as a whole. The area highlighted in green, the larger portion of this subdivision, is another light industrial special exception M2 zone, proposing to permit, in addition to those uses allowed in the M2 zone, also the uses of a chemical and pharmaceutical industries, food processing plant, and a processed good industry, as well as a maximum height of 20 meters, a parking rate of 1 space per 250 square meters for the ground floor area, and also to permit open storage in the front and exterior side yards, subject to screening. Some of the key considerations for a development of this size and scale is certainly related to Rest Acres 403 interchange and the known ongoing traffic improvements the county's been working with the MTO on. The lands fall within the Ministry of Transportation's corridor control area and are subject to approvals by the MTO. In addition, question of, obviously for a development of this size is servicing capacity and the impacts on the county's infrastructure. The scale of the proposed development will entail major servicing infrastructure, including a very large scale stormwater management facility to be assumed by the county. In the context of the official plan, these lands were recently brought into the urban settlement area in the 2023 official plan. Subject lands were considered during the OP review and were ultimately designated as prestige employment lands. Again, this presentation is just for information purposes only tonight, and I'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the agent here too to speak to the application. Can I get someone to put this on the floor for me, please? Councillor Coleman, Councillor McAlpine, thank you. Just your name and who you represent, please.
Thank you. Good evening. Stephanie Murdich with MHBC Planning.
Thank you.
So thanks, Ryan, for the detailed presentation and overview. I'll just start by highlighting some items on the site context. So on this map here, the subject lands are outlined in red. Just want to note the Phase 1 employment area located to the east. So that has been approved and is currently under construction. And this area is intended to be planned comprehensively, Phase 1 and Phase 2 together. I would just note that these lands, as Ryan mentioned, are designated employment in the official plan, and they are located in the settlement area as well. And similar to the other 3 quadrants of the Rest Acres 403 interchange, they are planned for prestige employment uses. Briefly, just on the official plan, so again, these lands were brought into the settlement area in 2023, are designated for prestige employment. Currently, the zoning remains agricultural and is required to be updated to permit the employment uses. This shows a potential master concept plan of what the site could ultimately look like at full build-out. I would note this is just a concept only of what these lands could look like. Again, planned for industrial uses, just highlighting on the road network. So there is a bit of a ring road proposed as a municipal right-of-way. So it's an extension of Chambers Road or Street A to the east, which connects to Rest Acres. And then Street B, just located at the north portion, is a planned public road which will connect to Powerline. At this point, we are proposing demonstrating 2 right-in, right-out access points onto Powerline as well. But again, I would just note that those are conceptual. And when we get into some examples of what the buildings could look like, these are some renderings from the applicant on similar projects. As Ryan provided an overview, there is a draft plan of subdivision as part of the applications, which proposes 4 industrial blocks, 2 public streets, a block for stormwater management, and there are some other blocks proposed for infrastructure, MTO setbacks, and open space. Just briefly, the proposed zoning bylaw amendment generally proposes 3 zones. One is the open space zone for the stormwater management block at the northwest, and 2 M2 zones, as Ryan provided an overview of. And again, we're looking for site-specific exemptions on building height and parking, and those are both reflective of the approved zoning to the lands to the east. And I would just highlight the 2 different areas are really to make sure that there are compatible light industrial uses shown in the pink, and a broader range of employment uses shown in the green. As part of the applications that were submitted last month, there were several supporting reports included. There's a comprehensive list here. I would just note that there was a traffic impact brief provided. We are aware of a lot of traffic improvements that are planned and ongoing in the area, so there is additional traffic analysis being undertaken with consultation with the county and with MTO. So there will be an additional traffic study to be provided and more information to come on that. And then just from a servicing perspective, the subject lands can be adequately serviced from existing and planned services for the broader area. So in our opinion, the application satisfies the criteria of the Planning Act, is consistent with the provincial planning statement, and conforms and implements the 2023 Brant official plan. These applications will assist to provide additional employment to contribute to the strong economy and employment density targets within the county. And as I mentioned, can be adequately serviced by planned improvements to both servicing and transportation networks. So again, in terms of next steps, tonight we're here to receive comments and feedback on the applications. We have not yet received technical comments, so those will start to come in over the next month or so, and we'll continue to meet and work with staff on the applications. And resubmit and revise any materials as required, and then it will come back for a future public meeting. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. This part will go back to the public. Is there anyone in the room that wants to come to speak to or against this application? I'll ask for a second time. Is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to or against this application? We'll ask for the 3rd and final time. Is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to or against this application? Seeing none, we'll call this part of the public meeting closed, and we'll bring it back to council. Council comments, Councillor Kyle?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, a couple of questions. So I noted, and this likely for the applicant, so in the back of our package, we did have a letter here from the family that farms directly beside the property in question. So I'm just wondering, I noticed that an agricultural impact assessment wasn't on your list of studies, so is that something that would be undertaken? They have noted some pretty viable concerns here, as they are an ongoing operation and a livestock one, no less. So just wondering if that is something that has been contemplated as part of the process.
Through the mayor to the councillor, thank you for the question. Yes, we did receive that public letter as well as part of the information package, and we have reviewed it and shared it with the applicant. So the lands are immediately to the east of this, or sorry, to the west of the subject lands, and they are currently an agricultural operation. As part of a complete application, an agricultural impact study was not required. However, that would have been looked at when the lands were brought into the settlement area. That being said, what I can offer is that there is at this point a significant distance proposed between any industrial buildings and the existing agricultural operation. So I think from there we will make sure to provide responses to those comments and some more information that can assist with answering their concerns.
Good with that? Yeah. Councillor Pierce, you're next.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the agent. I'm just wondering if I want information in regards to Street B to the north that comes out onto Power Line Road. In the one slide that she had there, and I understand it's just a concept, but the one slide, it appears that that Road B is coming out directly in front of a residential house on the north side of Power Line Road. Is that, is that going to be taken into consideration that we can, potentially move that away from the front of that house?
Through the mayor to the councillor, Street B is, as you noted, if we can just put the master concept plan back up. Just while that's loading, I would just note that there was a traffic impact study that did look at sight lines and distances that was required from existing driveways and intersections in the surrounding neighborhood, so that was looked at. I think given the scale of the site, there is actually quite a bit of distance between the existing driveway and the proposed street. Definitely something we can take another look at, however, there is adequate distance in that location.
Okay, because that slide you have on there right now, Street B comes out, and the residents to the on the north side of Power Line Road, you can see that there's a tree line there. The tree line is not far from, like, very close to the entrance of that property. So I just want to ensure that that's taken into consideration, that we're not going to have a street coming out to directly in front of that resident.
Through the mayor to the councillor, we can take another look at that and make sure that it was addressed in the transportation study.
I'd like to hear that back. Thank you.
Councillor Bell, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to staff, all the presenters. Our official plan of 2023 shows this as prestige employment land. And if you look at our zoning bylaw, that means it's M1 zoned. Could somebody clarify that? Because what is being asked for is M2 plus.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. The prestige employment designation in the 2023 official plan, in my opinion, is less prescriptive than what it was in the previous official plan. You'll note, if you were to compare, I mean, the previous official plan did not include warehousing in the prestige employment designation, as an example. It was much more restrictive. I think the intent of the prestige employment designation within this 2023 OP is to maximize sort of the built form and the type of development at the 403 and Rest Acres interchange, and is intended to be less prescriptive about land use. And so in that regard, similarly, the development to the east, being phase one of this development, was similarly zoned as a light industrial M2, but also does fall within that prestige employment designation within the OP. But it would be my submission that our current official plan is less prescriptive in terms of land use. And so I do think it's appropriate in this case, again, to match as well what has already been established for phase one of this development.
Yeah, I think we're getting ourselves tied up in knots with this idea of prestige employment. Because if we look at our zoning bylaw, 11.1 uses permitted talks about M1, prestige industrial employment. So I think we need some clarity there as we work through our documentation, because what is written down would require, I think, an official plan amendment to accommodate it.
Is that just a comment, Councillor Bell? Are you looking
Well,
for?
no, I think this is the second time tonight we talked about prestige employment. And each time we kind of had a slightly different definition of it. We slightly use it when we want to use it, then we don't want to use it when we don't want to use it. So I think we need some clarity in our documentation. I think I know we're going to get rid of the zoning bylaw, so maybe that's the opportunity to clarify this and make it clear what prestige employment really means.
Okay, Jeremy?
Through the mayor to Councillor Bell. In the future upcoming official plan amendments, we are going to have to revise our employment designation. Brandon kind of mentioned that with Kanesville. The province no longer allows us to define one type of employment versus another. The province says you can only call it employment. So when we come back in the future, our official plan will need to be amended to align with the province's requirements, and we remove the word prestige, and it'll just be employment designation. But we will look to implement things appropriately in the zoning bylaw as we move forward. Just to clarify that. So this word and this issue will disappear.
Glad to hear it. Just another comment on zoning. M2-XXB actually calls for 3 elements that are actually M3, they're heavy industrial. And I think that needs to be very clear what that could potentially mean. A chemical stroke pharmaceutical facility could in principle be a refinery. It could be something quite different from an M2 light industrial usage. And I think as we do the public, I know this is a public input session, but I'm not sure the public fully understands that that potentially could come there. And I think I would like to see that staff reflect on that and perhaps remove the chemical and pharmaceutical element that is included in the M2-XXB.
Matt, do you want to?
I have one more comment, if I may, but if staff want to comment on that.
Yep. Matt.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll certainly take that comment back when we're considering, while we're reviewing.
Thank you. Final comment, the Powerline Road. Powerline Road is going to get really, really busy if there are exits from this facility, this development. If we upgrade the junction at Bishopsgate, then I can see a lot of traffic will not go down the 403 down Rest Acres, they'll go down Powerline Road and then onto Bishopsgate. So what are the plans for upgrading Powerline Road to accommodate this development?
Ryan, was that part of your study?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think it'd be premature for me to speak in that regard. The application is in review by our operations group, our development engineering group, and very important in this instance, the MTO. I'm personally quite curious to see what the MTO's response is as it relates to both Powerline and Rest Acres Road. So we will be back with that information at a future date.
Thank you.
Councillor Oakley, you're next.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, I just want to ask the applicant sort of in the same thread here as Councillor Bell. I was curious as to the reason behind picking out the 3 chemical and pharmaceutical, food processing and processed goods industry in regards to why you picked out those 3 and how it helps bring it into conformity with sort of the intent behind our prestige employment as it stands today.
Through the mayor to the councillor, thanks for the question. Perhaps we could just put the zoning schedule back on the screen. I think that's a helpful visual for that. So as briefly mentioned, there are 2 zones proposed, 2 different employment zones. So when we're talking about those additional uses, it only would apply to the area shown in green. The reason for that delineation of where that is shown is relative to D6 requirements for land use compatibility and separation. So taking into account a minimum 300-meter distance from any sensitive land uses, that's why that line has been established. Those additional uses would essentially be provided for additional economic opportunity, just to increase the flexibility in the range of uses permitted on the site. But they wouldn't be the only uses, just to clarify.
Thank you.
Councillor Coleman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to the staff, Agriculture Advisory Committee meets on the 22nd of June. Is there a possibility of this application? I know it's only for information to come before that committee. Then now's the time to make comments, not after staff makes a recommendation. It's now's the time. It's just like it was just said, goes back to the operations for them to make their comments. Agriculture Advisory Committee needs to make their comments before there's a recommendation. I'd like to see that on the agenda, please.
Okay. Councillor Haley.
Yes, through you. I'm just really concerned about this dairy farm because of what I see in the green and what would be permitted, and sort of following up on what Councillor Bell is saying and Councillor Kyle and Councillor Coleman. I just really feel that this farm is worried about the contaminants, and yeah, I agree with you. We need to have a bigger discussion about possible contaminants. Also, I don't know if you've addressed, sorry, to the planner there, the farm family mentioned that Clement Road on the north is, I believe on the north there, that it's a private driveway. It's not public, but the map is wrong, so I don't know if you've corrected that.
Did we correct that?
Through the mayor to the councillor, I can speak to that. I think specifically on the map, I think what you're referring to is the draft plan of subdivision, which has an underlying survey which shows the former road allowance for Cleaver Road on the south side of Powerline. So we are aware that it is just a private driveway. It's not a public road or a laneway of anything of that nature. And then in terms of the comments, as I mentioned, we'll take those back and take a look at those further. And I just wanted to note in terms of the building height, we can take a look at any shadow impacts and things of that nature as well. Any buildings as part of future development on each of these blocks would also be required to go through site plan application, which would look at detailed things such as any shadowing or building impacts on other lands.
Councillor Haley?
Thank you. I guess my key concern, I know that you're talking shadowing, and that's that's a concern for them, but the contamination, the possibility of contamination of the farmland.
Through the mayor to the councillor, yes, we will take a look at that as well. Thank you.
Any other comments? Councillor Miller?
You, Mr. Mayor, a couple questions. One is regarding that Street B. You mentioned we're looking at a right-in, right-out addition. If trucks are going to be using that, would that not also have to be widened a little bit? Because, you know, transport trucks tend to have a wider turning radius. Does that make sense?
Through the mayor to the councillor, I think you're referring to the width of Street B itself?
Well,
Or Powerline
yeah,
Road?
but the both of them, I guess.
So all of the public streets within the draft plan, well, it's hard to see given the scale of the site, are proposed at a 26-meter wide cross-section, which is the county's standard for an employment collector road. So it is intended to handle large volumes of truck traffic.
Okay.
I would note as well, and we can get some more information on timing, but Powerline Road is also planned for upgrades to an urban employment collector as well. So it will be intended to service truck traffic in the future.
Okay, I could see one truck trying to make a left out of there, and it'd be really difficult at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And then my second question, I've seen in our presentation the mention of food processing. Do we know if a food processor is coming?
Through the mayor to the councillor, there are no committed uses at this point. We're just looking to create a list of range of flexible uses that could be permitted on the site. And as I noted, that's only permitted, would only be proposed on a certain portion of the site, not the entirety of the subdivision.
Okay, so this would be hypothetical, but do you know if food processors put a heavier load on our wastewater treatment facility?
Through the mayor to the councillor, yes. Depending on the ultimate uses that are proposed, there's different technical studies and requirements that we would need to look at that time.
Okay, because we're working on our wastewater treatment facility, so thank you.
Any other councillors? Comments, concerns? Okay, we have something in front of us. It's on the floor. It's been seconded. The application be referred back to staff for review. Are you okay with that, or do you want anything added to it? Obviously, the letter that we received is something that we need addressed as a complete letter. There was lots of things that concern those people that are valid. So we'll use the letter as our point of jumping off, and then anything you've heard from the horseshoe. We're okay with that? All those in favor? I can't see Councillor Bell, but I bet he's got his hand up. There you go. Thank you. 9.3, which is 249 Brant Road. And Lauren, you have this file, and we also have someone here too, the agent that's going to speak to it. Can I get it on the floor, please, before we start this time? Councillor McAlpine, looking for a seconder for Councillor McAlpine. Councillor Coleman, Councillor Pierce, sorry. Thank you. Okay, Lauren, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. I'll be presenting zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 1226LG submitted by Goldberg Group, agent on behalf of Green Space Properties, Inc., owners of lands located at 249 Brant Road. The application is to be received for information at this time. The subject lands are located north of Blue Lake Road, south of Scenic Drive, and west of Brant Road within the geographic township of South Dumfries. The lands have a frontage of approximately 177 meters along Brant Road and an area of approximately 3.96 hectares. The subject lands are currently used as a contractor's yard. The land was previously a petroleum transfer and storage facility, and the lands are considered a brownfield. The surrounding area consists of predominantly agricultural uses, with residential uses located to the north and southeast and industrial use to the southeast. The subject lands are designated as general employment within the current official plan and are zoned as heavy industrial within the zoning bylaw 6116. ZBA 1226 LG proposes to rezone the subject lands from heavy industrial to special exception heavy industrial to permit a soil processing and remediation facility in addition to the current M3 uses. The current zoning bylaw does not have a definition for soil processing and remediation facilities. Therefore, the applicants have provided a definition which includes the temporary storage, handling, treatment of processing of dirt, soil, earth, fill, or other similar materials, including tertiary biosolids and other non-agriculturally sourced materials for the purpose of reuse and operation of the use, will be in accordance with an environmental compliance approval. Site-specific provisions for parking are being proposed. 1 space per 40 square meters for an office associated with the soil processing and remediation facility, and 1 space per hectare for all other uses, whether enclosed or unenclosed. Key considerations include natural heritage. An environmental impact study was submitted due to the proximity to existing natural heritage features, including a significant wetland, which is approximately 70 meters from the subject lands, and land use compatibility is being reviewed due to proximity to existing residential uses. The proposed use is considered a Class 2 industrial use based on D6 guidelines, which has a minimum separation distance of 70 meters to sensitive land uses, and additional mitigation would be implemented as part of a future site plan control application. Notice of this application was posted on the property on May 14th and mailed to all property owners within 120 meters of the subject lands on May 20th. No public comments were received as part of the public circulation, and the application is to be received for information at this time. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
I'd like to just note that this is a public meeting and it is open. And I'll call upon Adam, the agent, for a presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. My name is Adam Layton. I'm Associate Principal with Goldberg Group, and we are the agent for this application. Thank you to Lauren for a very detailed presentation. I'll go through more of the vision of the property and focus less on the technical matters, which Lauren just covered. So as you can see here, the subject site in proximity is located on, there we go. Now you can see it, is located on the west side of Blount Road or Highway 24, just north of St. George. I've indicated here the separation distances from the nearest residential uses. The nearest one is to the northeast, about 43 meters, and some other distances to the east, southeast, and west. This is the subject site in its prior life in 2006, where it was a fuel depot. That depot has since been decommissioned prior to my client's purchase of the lands. It is now in its present state, which is largely vacant. There's a small area in this dark color, if you can see my mouse, which is leftover asphalt and pavement. And it is fitting that this site is considered a brownfield because that is the nature of the proposal before us here tonight. My client seeks to permit a soil remediation facility which will really function as the backbone of practically all the development proposals we heard tonight and the development industry in general across Ontario. This serves as a made-in-Brant County solution to contaminated soil and fill. Rather than trucking it to London or into Etobicoke, local soil from anything as simple as excavating for a new detached dwelling, if that soil is impacted, can be brought to the site. It will be properly managed, it will be remediated, and it will be cleaned up so that it can be reused for a variety of uses, whether that is topsoil or any other thing like that. So in terms of the proposal, what you see here is the initial concept, which was circulated for comment. We have received most of the comments from the various review agencies indicating that general acceptance of the proposal, some technical matters to be addressed at site plan stage. But by and large, what you see here is an access off of Brant Road into the site. There would be a further gate, an entry gate where my mouse is here, leading to a weigh scale where trucks would be weighed. They would then dump their loads in throughout the site before making their way out through exit gates and back onto the highway. There would be a small office space located at the front of the site with a parking area located to the northeast, an on-site storm pond, and various covered areas for treatment and stockpiling. The entire site would be paved with an on-site stormwater management system, ensuring that no stormwater leaves site before being properly treated and cleaned. The green space around the edge of the property, for 3 of the sides, represents a raised earthen berm of a height of about 3 meters to provide a visual barrier that can be landscaped and vegetated, which will help with noise and views. The area to the south will be heavily landscaped. It cannot be bermed though, because there is an easement on the site, and then we are maintaining the typical 14-meter setback and then some from Highway 24, which is, as you know, under the jurisdiction of the MTO. In terms of statistics, the overall square footage of the site, you'll see here, is around 5,750 meters squared, so about 60,000 square feet of indoor area. Only about 300 square meters of that is office. The rest of it consists primarily of enclosed area for storage of biosolids and other soil. Approximately over 17% of the site would be landscaped. 14% of the site and change would be covered by these buildings. Total supply of 13 parking spaces for the staff on site, and the overall height of the buildings, which largely are contemplated as Quonset huts and prefabricated office structures, would be slightly less than 8 meters. And this, again, there's not many pretty renderings to show of a use of this nature, so we're giving some ideas from the landscape architecture of what types of trees could be used to help visually screen the site along all 4 sides. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to present tonight.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to or against this presentation? I'll ask for a second time. Is there anyone in the room that wants to speak? Come on up. Your name and address for the clerk, please.
Harry Dahan, 300 Howell Road. Mr. Chair, Council. Couple comments, a couple points of concern. Although a wonderful, suitable purpose for the property, as it has been a petroleum history, the property is likely going to be too small for the proposal, and the truckloads coming in and from potentially, I'm assuming, the Greater Toronto area. I believe research on your company, your Toronto-based company?
My company is the planning consultant.
Oh, okay, Goldberg then. Anyway, so for example, Waterdown Garden Supply on Highway 5 had something somewhat similar to this in material processing. It was a site that was probably close to 80 acres, and it was fully utilized, and they've had a lot of challenges, so that might be something of benefit to check historically on that. The facilities, such as the Waterdown Garden Supply, are generally, they were not tidy, and they built quite the berm between Highway 5 and the facility to kind of deter the visual aspect of it. I think it's a type of industry that's going to be a real challenge to keep tidy. The point of concern, smell from such soil remediation facilities are generally strong, and as this is upwind on the west side of the town of St. George, there should be some due consideration given, especially in light of the town's expansion plans. Second point is traffic on Brant Road is extremely heavy, and the additional hundreds of dump trucks coming in and out of that facility is potentially going to add to traffic incidents. A place of context would be to check with the fire department in St. George to see how many accidents they respond to in a week on Brant Road, anywhere from Governor's Road up to the Bridge Road by Cambridge is significant, because we have a quarry, Wainco Quarry down there as well. If the zoning amendment is approved, I would ask that you please consider a potential roundabout at the intersection of Howell Road and 24, as Howell Road used to be a gravel road, which is why we moved there. And they got paved more for, I think, the fire department purposes for response. It is now becoming quite the corridor for St. George, and traffic at that intersection can take 8 to 10 minutes in the morning and at evening rush hours to get a left-hand turn. So it's a big deal. We see it. I guess the 3-meter retaining wall adjacent to the parking lot indicates to me that the public is not encouraged to view the activities within. Again, it's going to be hard to keep tidy, so maybe that's the purpose. There's also a phase 1 and phase 2 drawing, and phase 2 appears to have 2/3 of the building increased in size. Just wondering why we have a phase 1 and a phase 2, and when would that happen? That's the extent of my comments.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else in the room that wants to speak to or against this application? Ask for a second time, is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to or against this application? And I'll ask for the third and final time, is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to or against this application? Seeing none, we'll call this part of the public meeting closed. And we'll go back to council. Comments, questions, concerns? Oh, Councillor Pierce, you're first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. So my question to the agent, so as we all know, this was a previous fuel depot, and you say that the whole purpose of this property is going to be for the remediation of contaminated soil or fill. Has there been testing done on the soil on that property to understand if it needs to be remediated for years of being a fuel depot?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, the site is contaminated, and as part of this development, it would be remediated.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Haley, you're next.
Through you, could I please see the map of the area? Okay, if you could, is it possible to give there was another map that showed residents near it. Okay, just a moment. So there, where is OK Tire? OK Tire is right there. So the next resident, he was hoping, on south of there, he was hoping to come tonight, and I thought he was going to be in the audience. He was concerned. I'm just looking at the biosolids news from Sarnia, where basically you've got Sarnia Mayor wants the sewage sludge storage shut down, Wessex biosolid site. So there's lots of issues with biosolid site. The Langford Schoolhouse is right across from a biosolid site. The smell sometimes is nauseating. So the last resident that spoke, if you are downwind, if the wind is there, it is nauseating. There's just real concerns. When you look at biosolids, biosolids, sewage sludge is a big issue because a lot of people take pharmaceuticals now. So there was sewage sludge spread next to our farm, and we had it analyzed, and it was higher than allowed in heavy metals. It had pharmaceutical residues in it. So I have trouble understanding how you would be remediating the site if in fact the biosolids have contamination in them. Yeah, I just have real concerns with this proposal, and I know that there is a resident that does want to give some of his concerns. One question is it too late for him to present his concerns after this hearing?
Through the,
Go ahead.
my apologies, through the mayor. So absolutely, if they would like to either reach out to myself or our Planning Up Grant email or give me a call, then they can absolutely give their concerns, and then we can address them.
Okay. Councillor Miller.
Maybe through you, Mr. Mayor, to the applicant, do we know what the odors would be like from this?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you for asking that question. As noted by Lauren, this site will be subject to what's called an environmental compliance approval, or an ECA, which is undertaken or issued by the province with very strict criteria. Among them is the fact that odors, noise, dust, anything that could really be considered obnoxious to surrounding uses must be controlled to the provincial standards at the lot line. So for the purposes of operating this facility, and again, I would also clarify with respect to biosolids, we are not talking about human waste or sewage, we're only talking about soil. So when we say biosolids, that more refers to, for instance, hydrovac trucks, where you're sucking up dirt with water. That would be considered, to my knowledge, a biosolid. We're not talking sewage or things of that nature. But in any event, the details of the ECA are currently in progress. We've had our initial meetings with the ministry that is governing this. And that is the requirement, is that all standards must be met at the lot line. With that being said, the zoning bylaw amendment merely permits the use. It does not get into the details as to some of these issues that are rightfully being brought up. And I can say that it would not, certainly the devil in the details would be addressed through the ECA and the site plan control stage, which is where a lot of these, any required mitigation measures would be fully designed and implemented.
Okay, cannabis production, mushroom substrate production, rendering, all produce terrible smells. So we didn't get a lot of help from the provincial ministries when we were dealing with those. So I'm a little jaded when it comes to that, but I'm going to hope that the smells aren't as bad from that. The materials that are planned to be processed here, where do they mainly come from?
I think the intent right now is that it would be mostly focused within the Brant County area, surrounding municipalities. Again, I think the goal behind this is identifying that there seems to be a gap in the market need for this type of service. Right now, again, you're trucking to London, you're trucking to Etobicoke, which have obviously fixed capacity and other issues associated with it. Again, it's my understanding that, as indicated by the definition of the use, we are strictly looking to remediate soil and that type of material. And that material can really come from anywhere. As I mentioned, like, you know, even when you repave a road and you have to scrape a layer of topsoil on the shoulder, that topsoil could be impacted by road salt. That is considered contaminated. That is one of the materials that could be accepted at this facility. Again, infrastructure projects, digging a new basement, long-term care homes like we heard tonight, the industrial projects that we heard tonight, all of that will likely result in soil and fill that could be contaminated, and rather than trucking it away, it can be dealt with in the county, which I would argue, in my own opinion, has some sustainability benefits and creates a new source of clean soil within the county.
Okay, and then the last question, if I look at this, it looks like it is just basically due west of St. George, is that correct? What would be the distance to the St. George settlement area, do you know?
I believe we are in the area of 800 meters north of the St. George settlement area.
800 meters north?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Well, don't quote me on the distance, but we're certainly north of it.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Pierce, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If we could just circle back to the biosolids again. Correct me if I'm wrong, but is tertiary biosolids not a product from wastewater treatment?
I'm being told it is.
So then circling back to your comment in regards to not using that, it says right in your presentation that it will be used.
That, if that is what is proposed or approved to be accepted at the facility, certainly the intent is to try and remediate it and clean it up. But pardon me if I misunderstood the statement. What I wanted to clarify is that there's no human waste being accepted.
Okay, so in essence, there is, it's just at a certain stage of the treatment process of human waste through the wastewater.
If you would prefer, my client is in the room. He might, again, I can speak zoning. I can't speak ECA requirements. I'm happy to bring them forward to answer the question.
Yeah, I would just like clarification on that if we could, please. Thank you.
If you can just state your name and who you represent, please.
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Paul. I represent Green Space Construction. Yeah, just to answer the question there. So what we're looking to take into this facility is tertiary biosolids. So that would be material that is treated at a wastewater treatment facility. And there's two uses currently. One is if it passes the NASM planning, it's usually used on farmers' fields. It's spread as a fertilizer. And the second possible disposal option for this material currently is landfill. So what we're looking to do is take in this material has been treated. It's a solid, it's not a liquid. Yep. It's been treated at the wastewater facility. It's then bulked and turned into a solid material. And then we want to have the option to take it into our facility to use it as an amendment for the soil. So instead of spreading it on farmers' fields, we want to use it to make topsoil blends and that sort of thing.
Okay, so it is being used then. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Chambers and then back to Counselor Haley.
Just, Mr. Mayor, through you, I'm trying to understand the process. And so you bring in contaminated soil, you remove the contaminants, and then you send out the soil as non-contaminated soil. And that's the simple explanation of what you're doing.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, essentially, yes.
What do you do with the contaminants?
I might bring Paul back up to.
Sure, the process is basically the material comes in, it's screened. So a lot of the contaminants come out with a physical process. And then there's microbes. So we've developed microbes that eat through the contaminants and dissolve the contaminants. So they're no longer present. That's the basic process. So the material sits in windrows, and we spray the microbes into the material. It's then aerated, and the contaminants disintegrate, basically.
And that would, so what I'm looking at, these biopiles, that's festering soil being decontaminated naturally.
Yeah,
and that's the process.
That's correct, yeah.
And that works on organic stuff, but it doesn't work on things like mercury and lead and things like that.
Heavy metals, it doesn't work on. So the heavy metals would be separated through the screening process typically, and then that would be sent to a landfill. Currently there's no treatment process to remove heavy metals or to disintegrate them like there are with PAHs and PHCs.
So they would be collected and sent somewhere else as...
Yeah, exactly. They would be collected, separated, and then sent to a landfill probably.
In your presentation, you indicated that perhaps some of the contaminated soil would be coming from canals. Canals have a horrible reputation for horrible contaminants. You might not be old enough to remember the Love Canal, for example, but you may have heard about it. things like the Mohawk Lake, et cetera. They're very contaminated, not so much with organics, but with heavy metals and other nasty things. So if you're bringing contaminated soil from canals, which have a horrible reputation of being contaminated by all kinds of industrial chemicals, et cetera, which aren't conducive to being organically decontaminated in piles, that, in my mind, may present a problem. The other problem with the, if you're putting all this stuff in the piles and it's outdoors, if you get all kinds of 5 inches of rain and the leachates, et cetera, that contaminates further. So I'm just concerned about the type of stuff you're bringing in and how that is not becoming a problem for the area that you're bringing it into.
I can answer that question, actually. The soil that we bring is tested primary to us bringing it in. So we receive soil tests for material. We then analyze the soil tests and we bring it in if it meets our standard. So for example, the Mohawk Canal, we actually did the Mohawk Canal clean out 2 years ago. And that material was tested previous to our work. When we did the clean out with the excavators, we bulked it with straw, we retested it, and because it was contaminated, not with heavy metals actually, with PAHs and PHCs, because there was no facility in the area, we had to truck that to Nanticoke, to a facility there that would basically do the exact same thing that we're looking to do. They're called TUC 4. So I guess to answer your question, the material is tested before it arrives at our facility. It's then processed, tested again, and sent out once it's clean. And to answer your second question on the leachate, all of the material, all the water is contained within the facility. Nothing leaves the facility until it passes through the storm pond, and it has to pass the ECA before it is released into the ditch. So that is monitored, and there's restrictions in place. If there's a spill or anything like that, we can shut the site off and stop it from any material from exiting. So that I hope answers your questions.
I suppose you could clean up your own place with your process. And just I'll ask one more final question, if I might. A facility similar to this would be located where in proximity to this one, so I could go have a look at it and test the odors and talk to the people and that kind of stuff. Where's the nearest facility like this?
There's one in Dorchester, which is just outside London. That's a GFL site. There's one in Etobicoke, also a GFL site. And the one I mentioned previous in Nanticoke, that is called TUC 4. And that's another site that's an hour or two away. But you can check out those ones.
Councillor Haley.
Through you, could I peek at the map again? Thank you.
Get the map up again, please.
So if you look just north, I think it's off this map, but there's a nice forest just a moment. Yeah, right there. And if you blow it up on your home computer, you can see, it looks like Kettle Lakes, just see that forest there. And if you look at it, it looks like there's a few Kettle Lakes in there. So I'm just really concerned. I thought Councillor Chambers asked some very good questions, and I think we really need to do our homework before we let this proceed. But I believe the material will be stored outside once it's processed. And then you're saying there'll be no runoff, but if it's stored outside and if it rains, then where does the water go?
Through Mr. Mayor to the councillor. If I may address the feature first. Yes, there is a wetland approximately 70 meters to the north of the site. This was assessed through an environmental impact study, which was circulated to First Nations, the county peer reviewer, the Conservation Authority, all of whom indicated there were no concerns. But with respect to the stormwater runoff, what you can't really see here, because it would just clutter the image, is all the gray area is paved or concrete, and there would be a drainage system underlying that slab, for lack of a better word, which would transfer all the stormwater runoff into the pond. That pond would be designed with appropriate filtration and settlement facilities to ensure that, as Paul mentioned, that it meets appropriate standards before outletting into the existing ditch onto Highway 24. And again, the proposed berm does wrap 2.5 sides of the site where we are able to put in a berm.
Through you, would it be possible for us to see the environmental impact study?
Yes, I believe all materials filed are public record, so sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. So certainly that is available on the public record, and happy to share the comments as well.
Any other questions? Councillor McAlpine.
Yeah, I am very concerned about this proposal. It's the orders that are potential coming from this, when you see processing areas in other areas of Hamilton and contaminations with the sites there. So you're doing indoor processing before you put it into the windrows? Because it sounded like you're putting it into the windrows first and then putting these bio microbes on them to do the work. I would assume that would create a lot of orders in itself. I'm considering, like, when they put the biosolids into the fields, there's a lot of orders there. And so if we're just bringing that directly to a facility like this, that would concern me very much.
So your concerns are the odors primarily?
Well, the odors, bringing contaminated soil in here, seeing the problems on Highway 5 with that property that was basically just left there with no work done on it for years, and yeah.
So yeah, to address the property on Highway 5, that was actually an illegal dumping site.
Yeah.
So the purpose of a facility like this is to stop those sites from appearing. And it's a continual problem in Ontario where a site like that operates without an ECA and without the regulation that's required. And the end result is the fiasco that you saw. So again, the purpose of this facility is actually the opposite of the result that happened on Highway 5, and that is running the facility under the ECA, under the provincial regulations and guidelines to prevent illegal dumping sites. And also, just to touch on your concerns with the odor, again, we're going to be working under the ECA, and the ECA addresses the odor, the dust, the noise. So that's the regulating body, and that's what we're working under. Furthermore, I'll just say that the property is going to be contained from any runoff or noise, dust, and odor as well by this berming system. That should address any of those issues that you brought up, I think.
Now, this is a question for staff. We have controls right now on any biosolids coming into the county that are contaminated for fill. And is that true? That's my understanding, isn't it?
Jeremy?
So I would assume that would limit the amount of stuff a company like this could bring in to the county.
Yeah. Through the mayor to the councillor, I'm not sure about that. We'd have to look into that for you.
Okay.
If we control that, yeah.
That's what's my understanding of some other locations.
Okay. Any other questions or concerns? I think you're right, Councillor McAlpine.
Yeah.
No more? Okay, so we have a recommendation in front of us. Oh, nobody's got their hand up there. That's good. This is just sending the application, be it referred back to staff for review. So we can either just send that back for review, or you can add whatever you like to the recommendation. Councillor Haley?
Yes, I'd like to, I like the idea of doing a site visit of another place, but I think we need to do a lot more homework before we go ahead with this.
Okay. But we can still send it back for reference and for, yeah. Yeah, Dorchester would be the one to go to, I guess. It's the closest, that's for sure. Okay, it's on the floor. The recommendation is to take it back to staff for review. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. 9.4, which is 635 Oak Park Road, and that's Logan. And we also have the agent of the applicant here too, Sarah. So we'll let Logan speak first, and Sarah, I'll say that this is another public meeting. And if I can just get it on the floor, please, by a couple of counselors. Counselor, somebody want, yep, Counselor Howes and Counselor Coleman, thank you. And whenever you're ready, Logan.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor Bailey and Council. I'll be presenting for information purposes only, zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 1526 LK for lands located at 635 Oak Park Road, submitted by CB Planning and GSP Group on behalf of Brimich Real Holdings Incorporated. The property is located on the west side of Oak Park Road, just south of Paris Road and north of Powerline Road. Subject lands are approximately 26.2 acres with a frontage of approximately 389 meters along Oak Park Road. The surrounding area consists of mostly industrial uses to the south. However, there are residential homes to the east and north of the property. The lands are currently designated as general employment within the official plan and is currently zoned heavy industrial with site specifics M329. So the applicant is proposing to rezone the subject lands to permit a increased building height of 46 meters, whereas 18 meters is permitted, and to permit a minimum number of required parking spaces, resulting in 364 standard parking spaces and 10 accessible parking spaces. Sorry, this is just a table of the M3 regulations identifying current non-compliance. So some of the key considerations as part of my initial review obviously included height and parking. So the proposal presents a significant increase in building height, as we all know. When reviewing a building of this size and scale, we had asked as part of the pre-consultation that a visual impact assessment, shadow analysis, and compatibility report be required and submitted as part of the complete application. So we have received those items and they're currently being reviewed. The agent is here today and will be able to speak on those in greater detail. As part of the submission requirements, a public open house was held by the applicant to allow members of the public to come out and discuss the proposal with the project team. I did attend and I did connect with some of the members of the public, and there was some support and some concerns about the proposal, but it was good to have that public feedback. And then parking, of course. So the applicant is proposing that the existing parking lot provided as part of phase 1 of the development accommodate the entirety of the site, as mentioned, resulting in 364 standard parking spaces and 10 accessible parking spaces. So at this time, notice of the application was provided to all property owners within 120 meters of the subject lands. At the time of this presentation, we have received public comments regarding this application and have added the members of the public who did reach out to future circulation lists. Again, this is just to be received for information purposes only, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Then we'll call upon Sarah to come up. And just let us know who you represent, please.
Yes, thank you. There we go. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Sarah Knoll, and I'm a planner with GSP Group. I am here as the planning consultant along with Cynthia from CB Planning and representatives from the owner Brimich and Vicano Construction, the general contractor who championed the first phase of the cold storage warehouse facility. They are all willing to answer any questions after I proceed through my 10 slides. So the County of Brant Planning Framework has 635 Oak Park Road centrally located in that light blue grouping of lands designated general employment. These lands hug the rail corridor on either side and exist along both sides of Oak Park Road, except for the lands closer to the corner of Paris Road. The site is in close proximity to Highway 403 to the south, and the arterial is Paris Road to the north and Oak Park Road. The image to the right shows the lands designated general employment have a heavy industrial M3 zoning. Those lands that I mentioned closer to Paris Road are zoned either a commercial zone or a rural residential zone. The site itself is zoned with a special exception prohibiting certain uses. The uses that exist on the site today, warehousing and office, were approved through the Phase 1 site plan, conforming with the official plan and complying with the zoning bylaw. So the Phase 1 was approved in August of 2024 to allow for a Brimage cold storage facility and associated office. The Phase 1 application was submitted and processed with the understanding that the site could accommodate a Phase 2. So the reports evaluated full ultimate build-out, such as the traffic report and the stormwater management report that was submitted through that Phase 1 approval. Phase 1 currently is under construction and is to be completed later this year. We are here today for 2 amendments to the zoning bylaw, one being related to the parking. Phase 1, as Logan mentioned, required standard and barrier-free parking for 374 typical passenger vehicles, of which 149 of those spaces were required by zoning for the office use and over 200 for the warehouse use. For the Phase 2 proposal, solely for the additional cold storage warehouse space, as there's no more office space being contemplated, the site would need to provide almost 200 more passenger vehicle parking spaces. Brimage has confirmed that a full build-out, the day shift is expected to generate about 100 employees, and the night and weekend shifts about 50 employees. And relating each of that to a parking space, there is a surplus of parking spaces being provided even before imposing the Phase 2 parking requirements. So the ask is to allow for the Phase 2 expansion to utilize the existing parking on the site, the 374 parking spaces. And a couple points to add also is this is not an amendment to any transport truck parking. And the next slide shows the excerpt of the landscape plan that was approved through the Phase 1 site plan. So I've rotated this plan. Oak Park Road is at the top above that green oval. And it illustrates that 268 trees have or will be planted, which include a visual barrier planting along Oak Park Road in front of the parking spaces and the building. So the second and last amendment relates to building height. Phase 1 is constructed at a height of 18 meters. The height amendment is for approximately 2/3 of the expansion building to a height of 46 meters. The dip in the building for Phase 2 is the marshalling bay, which is tied to on and off loading of products. And the height for this portion is 30 meters. The height is a difference factor between standard non-refrigerated warehousing and cold storage warehouses. These cold storage warehouses are taller, allowing for greater efficiency in cooling energy and a modular tracking system. The additional height will allow for double the capacity and a more efficient build. To provide context to the height relative to the public realm or the street frontage, I'm sharing on this slide 2 features on lands north and south of the site. South of the property on the other side of the rail is a building that has a structure of just over 44 meters, set back 45 meters from the road. There's also a water tower on Paris Road, roughly 35 meters in height, set back 135 meters from the road. This building being proposed is 46 meters, but set back further, 150 to 200 meters from the road. And as Logan mentioned, the impact of the height on adjacent lands was assessed through 3 studies that were submitted: the visual impact study, the land use compatibility study, and the sun shadow study. So this slide shows the 5 viewpoints that were chosen to assess visibility and visual compatibility. Visual impact is related to the extent of change in the visual landscape created by the proposal, as experienced at a height of 1.6 meters from the ground, to replicate a person's perspective. The photos of the site were taken in February, and mature tree canopy from the required plantings were not included. And the views were also taken from road right-of-ways and not within private property. Many of the view angles show the perspective of the Phase 2 expansion shielded from view by the existing Phase 1 building along Oak Park Road under construction, or by the future building that could be constructed along Paris Road. And again, this building phase will be 150 to 200 meters from each road. The expansion will be visible from certain vantage points. However, the visibility occurs within a corridor that is already defined by employment-related built form. The proposed building will read as an extension of the existing facility and as part of the broader employment cluster rather than an isolated or incompatible vertical element. It was concluded in the study that the proposed Phase 2 expansion will not result in significant adverse visual impacts on surrounding lands or properties. The development remains visually compatible with the industrial character of the employment area and satisfies the county's direction to demonstrate that the location, massing, and height do not significantly impact adjacent lands. So this slide has the excerpts from the shadow study analysis. It shows visuals at 2-hour intervals throughout the day without including existing trees or buildings. The expansion maintains a reasonable level of sunlight and access to the surrounding lands as per requirements. So with this slide, I wanted to share, as Logan mentioned, that we held an open house at the hotel just south of the property in April. We had 4 households and 7 people attend. Comments relating to timing of construction and why Phase 1 advanced before Phase 2, lighting and the need to dim the lights, comments on tree removal and installation of trees, the wanting of a park on the site, controlling the garbage, and concern with the height increase. With myself, Cynthia, and the representatives from Brimich, we were able to respond to the comments and address ones like garbage and lighting since the meeting. And what I didn't write on the slide, but is just as important, is that there were comments of support for the proposal at the meeting. So to conclude, the zoning bylaw amendment for parking and height represents good land use planning, as the proposal has merit and is consistent with the provincial planning statement, conforms with the official plan, and continues to implement the planned function of the designated employment area. The decrease in required parking does not provide for an undersupply of parking, but rather an appropriate allocation of land to parking spaces for passenger vehicles. And the proposal has been evaluated from a land use compatibility perspective and results in anticipated compatibility with the surrounding land uses, from a visual impact perspective, and results in no significant impacts to the surrounding land uses, and from a sun shadow perspective, and results in no significant impacts to the surrounding land uses. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm sure there's going to be questions. Is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to or against this proposal? I'll ask for a second time. Is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to or against this proposal? Ask for the third and final time. Is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to or against this proposal? Seeing none, we'll call this portion of the meeting closed, and we'll turn it back to council for comments. Councillor Howe, you're first. Oh, wait a minute. Councillor Pierce is first, then Councillor House.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I guess a couple things on this. First of all, if we circle back to Phase 1 on this, Phase 1 is 18 meters. I do not believe that this council approved 18 meters. I believe we approved something lower than that, and then it went through Committee of Adjustment and got bumped up to the 18 meters. If we think about that, you know, they're looking to go from 18 meters to 46 meters. Like that's a difference. Like 18 meters is what, 60 feet? Up to 150 feet? And I can't fathom how you could make the statement that that it is not an incompatible vertical element with a 150-foot building there. I'm trying to justify why we're almost, not quite, but we're almost going for 3 times. We're going for 2.5 times what is allowed. And the Phase 1 is already more than what this council approved. So I'm really struggling with this. I understand what this facility is going to be. I get it, but I'm having a huge issue with a 150-foot building there, if it's, 100 meters off the road or 200 meters off the road, 100%, it's going to be a visual element if you're driving down Highway 2, a visual element if you're coming in Oak Park Road. I'm struggling with how it could not be. So again, the parking part of it, I would agree that 374 spots would be enough to facilitate the needs of this location. But I'm having a huge problem with the height on this, and I'm struggling to understand why.
Councillor House?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple questions for the consultants, since you're here. And despite the fact that you only had 7 people come out to your open house, I've had a lot of questions about this, about the operation. And in a minute, I'm going to have one that's specific to the application. But more generally, can you tell us a little bit about what exactly is cold storage? Is it food, beer, fur coats? Like what? I'm just because I do get asked a lot.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, thanks for the question. I think this is a good opportunity for Brimage to join us, and they can explain their operations. Thank you.
If you could just give us your name and your address, please.
Yeah,
Clerk.
Patrick Burke, 417 Englehart Street in Oakville, Ontario.
Thank you.
CEO of Brimage.
Pat Fergus, 185 Belansky Farm Road, Brantford.
Thank you.
So to answer your question through the mayor, so our primary, about 99% of our business is food manufacturers. So food manufacturing is obviously a major industry in Brantford. So a lot of our facilities support those major manufacturers. So this facility is incredibly efficient. So the height, to the point of why is the height, it would be an automated facility that stores pallets up many levels, so upwards of 12 levels. So it's incredibly efficient from environmental perspective, from the footprint, use of energy, consumption, and obviously a large freezer of that size consumes a lot of energy, so the ability for the vertical height makes it much more efficient. And it's an incredibly integrated facility to support all of our food manufacturers in the Brantford area. So all of those food, we consider it food infrastructure. So in terms of building out food infrastructure in Ontario, there is a shortage of pallet positions and freezers to support a lot of growth in frozen foods. And you can name a long list of large food manufacturers in Brantford that I think we would all want to support and grow in our industry. That's our goal, is to support them. That's the primary purpose of our business.
Great, thank you. And your answer regarding automation is a perfect segue into my next question. And that is, I believe the consultant mentioned 100 daytime employees, 50 nighttime employees with phase 1.
Yep.
Can you tell us a little bit about the extra employment numbers that might be obtained in phase 2? And then the other thing I just wanted to say, I appreciate the 268 trees built into your landscape plan, either already in place or coming. I remember that the neighbors across the street had concerns with truck headlights coming into there, and I hope that 268 trees help to alleviate that concern. So, thanks for that.
Councillor Bell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just following on from Councillor Pearce, the 5th slide in the package that we had from staff shows the M3 regulations table. The maximum building height indicated there is 18 meters. That's not what our zoning bylaw says. Our zoning bylaw says 12 meters. So what you've got here is a 400% increase, effectively, sorry, a 300% increase over the baseline M3 height, which I understand the logic, and I appreciate the explanation from the Brimage president as to why it would be done. But I just have a general concern about the escalation on this particular development. If anybody can remember back to when it first came, I think it was 2020 or 2021, it looked nothing like this at all. It was 12 meters high. It was 12 separate bays, if I remember correctly. and it has just morphed into something which is quite different from what we had originally. And I think just the general principle of what are we approving at the early stages of this, and clearly this just illustrates how far away you can get from what council originally approved. You know, I think we need to take this one on its merits. I think that the science bears out some support here, but I think it is an issue that county staff need to look at, that when you see these massive changes, they should be brought back to council for us to be aware of them and not be surprised when suddenly something turns up 400% bigger than it was when we approved it in 2020 or 2021. So that's just my commentary. I look forward to seeing the final recommendation, but I think I do have concerns about the height, but I think if the scientific reasoning works out, I could be supportive. Thank you.
Councillor Pierce, you're next.
No, I'm good, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
All right. Anyone around the Councillor Chambers?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Just, I know the height dimension. I can't see how long and wide this building is. Do you know just offhand? And while you're looking that up, can you just explain again, if I go inside this building, what am I looking at? I look up it with pallets of storage, automated type system? Like it's not a story 1, story 2, story 3, it's just one big.
It would be, yeah, just through the mayor to explain. So it would be a combination of automated large multi-level warehousing, which allows to efficiently store. So it would be essentially a crane stores pallets. So there'd be 12 pallet heights, basically of stored food, your pizza, ice cream, up multiple levels, integrated with some manual processing components. So to your question earlier, around the number of jobs, we would be creating in the words of 80 to 100 incremental jobs, because we're integrating, obviously you hear automation, you think, oh, you're reducing jobs, but the automation is for density. So it's really just tall pallet heights to allow for efficient food storage and efficient use of consumption of energy from a freezer perspective. So it integrates with manual processes where, hey, we're employing folks to, those pallets would be brought down, maybe we case pick those, we reposition them, and we ship them out for our customers. But yeah, it's an integration of both. But if you walked in, and this would be a rack-supported building, so the racking is built first, and then the building's built around the structure. And then there would be some what we call conventional freezer, which is if you walked into a freezer, you'd see double deep pallet racking with aisles and forklifts moving around, where this would be very dense, very dense to allow for efficiency use of the building.
The reason I asked the dimensions, have you got those yet?
I do, through you, Mr. Mayor. It's 128 meters by 147 meters, so slightly smaller in footprint than the Phase 1.
Sorry, over 100 meters long and wide?
128 meters in length and a width of 147 meters, which is a smaller footprint than the Phase 1.
Okay, I'm visualizing walking into the Bell Center in Montreal, which is 30 meters shorter than what you're proposing and twice as big. It's a huge building, obviously. If you've ever been in the Bell Center, it's a huge building.
Yeah, it's a big
and it just may be a little bit too big in my mind, but I'll wait and see what the thing say.
It's taller than the water tower. Councillor Miller, you're first, and then Councillor Haley.
Well, if anybody knows where Cargill is, out Princeton Way, those grain elevators are 120 feet, and I thought they were quite tall when they were built. So, getting back to what Councillor Chambers says, the footprint's quite large, it's quite tall, cubic feet is quite a bit. Do you need to upgrade the hydro to cool that building? Because it sounds like you'll be using a lot of electricity.
Yep.
You will have to do that? Okay. I'm guessing it'll support it, or that they'll get it done one way or another.
Yeah.
Why 150 feet? Why didn't you go for 180 feet or more? Like, is that the optimal?
It's tied to the optimal height of the automation, and it may actually come in slightly lower than 150 feet. It's 12 pallet height, so it's where the maximum height of the crane, the automated crane, can reach. So it's obviously much more efficient from a footprint or from a cooling perspective to go tall.
Is there any issues, and I'll give you an example, at NASA, where they put the space shuttle, they got this tall building, and it's so tall that it actually has its own weather conditions at the top sometimes, would that be the case here? But it shouldn't be with
Not
you.
to my knowledge, but we could get back to you on that, but not to my knowledge, no.
Okay, but it'll be climate controlled and cold, so, but.
And to the question, obviously, talking about the size and why we're doing it, it is supporting the vast majority of the pallets of food, what we'd call food infrastructure. It's Brantford food manufacturers, many of which are expanding, and bringing that. I mean, that industry is thriving in Brantford, so it's supporting that industry. Having that food infrastructure there helps them grow, so there's a lot of integration from that perspective.
Yeah, and we're big fans of energy efficiency, so we're just trying to understand.
Oh, absolutely.
And you're tall yourself, so, there you go, thank you.
Haley, did you have something to add?
Yes, through you, I have two questions. Patty Mitchell, 638 Oak Park Road. You mentioned that you had met with the residents and that most of them seemed okay with things. Is Patty Mitchell okay with things? And then I have another question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, you're speaking to the letter that was written in?
Yes.
Yes. She was not in attendance at the open house, and we received this letter at the same time that council and planning staff did as well. My understanding is this property is up for sale, and it has been vacant for a short while. That being said, we haven't had any discussions with her directly.
Okay, so just to follow up, from your consultation with the neighbors, they were okay with the height?
There was one home, so two people that showed up that didn't have any issues with the height or the use or anything of that matter.
Did any of the others have an issue with the height?
They did. Yes, so 7 people showed up. 5 of them had concerns about the height as well as a couple other items.
Okay, so I think this is an amazing business that you have. I think we need it, but I don't know if you're in the right spot. So I'm just mentioning that because of the height for the neighbors. She's even, this woman who wrote in, she's saying, not 46 meters. Could you maybe be just 50% increase? And 50% increase would be 3 times what the county original number was. So yeah, I feel like the residents aren't totally satisfied yet. And I wonder, I just wonder if you're in the right spot.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, because there are those little enclaves of residents is why we included the visual impact study, the shadow study, and the land use compatibility study. And through that assessment, the location of this expansion being set back that far from the road, being behind and attached to the phase 1, it is compatible with the area on where that location is for the height.
So I hear you with the screening, but you're saying that 5 of the 7 people who showed up were not that happy with the height. So we still haven't satisfied them.
Right, so to backtrack, I'm not certain they all spoke to height. They did all speak to concerns, so some of them were tied to the timing and why phase 1 went ahead of phase 2. Garbage, lighting, yes. And so there is a couple of those that we've addressed already. So the lighting has been dimmed on the site. The garbage collection is first in mind on the site. Those were the 2 items that we could act on directly right now. And then there was the comment about height as well, but I can't say they all spoke to height.
We see that study, the notes from that study, the notes from that meeting?
Yes, so in the planning justification report, one section has the summary of, and the responses. Yes.
Councillor Kyle.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you to our presenters. Just kind of pulling on a thread from Councillor Haley's comments and questions. Do you know roughly how many residents would have been notified who were invited to attend the open house versus how many, I think you said there were 7 that showed up. I'm just curious if there was follow-up with any of the ones who didn't attend the meeting.
There was not through you, Mr. Mayor, there was not follow-up with any additional that did not attend the meeting. And as for the number of homes, I'm just looking at my planning justification report here. But I believe if I'm to count, we did the enclave west of Paris, on Paris Road, so it's approximately maybe 28 homes along Paris and Oak Park, and then the industrial properties as well.
Any other questions or concerns? No? I think your business is important too, and I've seen your phase one, and it's huge. And when I think of what the other one would look like, I mean, I think it's amazing, but where do you put amazing? But you've already invested in phase one, so you've got to put phase two beside phase one, or on top of phase one. So I don't know what's going to happen for you. I think it's great, but I think I'm the only one that does. So anyway, thank you, and if there's no other questions, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, if I can just go back to Councillor Bell's question regarding where this started, would that be okay?
Sure.
Just to clarify.
Yep.
The rezoning that you were referring to, Councillor Bell, that was a different applicant and user at the time. Brimage didn't own the land. However, for the increase in height from 12 to 18 meters, that was facilitated, and we obtained that approval through the Committee of Adjustment.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, the zoning that is shown in the package says M3-29 for that site. When you go into our zoning bylaw, it says nothing about increased height. It just says everything would comply with the M3 zoning, apart from, I can't remember what the difference was, but it says nothing about it being higher than 12 meters. I'm not disputing it. I remember the story from the Committee of Adjustment. I think it's a failing on our part of how we manage this. I know that Councillor Pearce and I both share that same concern, but it is just a complete escalation from 12 to 18 to 48. I appreciate the science behind what you're suggesting, and that might sway me to think about it, but I appreciate hearing why you want 48. Thank you.
And if I may just conclude, as you know, phase one is under construction and close to timing, whereas it would be safe for people to come in. And I know Brimage is interested to invite all of you to come and tour the facility to gain a better understanding, and so they can answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for that. Council, have any other questions or concerns? It's on the floor. It's been seconded. Does anyone want to attempt how they want this to read, or do you want to just put it through like this? Which is to receive information, comments, submissions regarding the application and be referred to staff for review. Everybody's okay with that? We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Good. Thank you. (191) Pinehurst Road. Soon, where is she? Yep. Again, this is another public hearing, and I'll declare it open. And we have someone here, we have an agent of the applicant here too, so we'll do our staff part, and then we'll call for the agent, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, everyone. This presentation is for zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 426AV for the lands located at 191 Pinehurst Road. The application was submitted by Cynthia Basatich of CB Planning on behalf of the owner. The purpose of this application is to amend the County of Brant zoning bylaw to rezone the subject lands from agricultural to general commercial with a site-specific exception. The application is before Council for a recommendation, and staff are recommending approval. The property is located within the Paris urban settlement area and is approximately 0.81 hectares in size with about 99 meters of frontage on Pinehurst Road. The lands are currently vacant and not in active agricultural use. The property is located between two existing commercial plazas to the north and south, with residential properties located to the west and east of the site. The subject lands are designated community corridor under the County of Brant Official Plan 2023, and they are zoned agricultural under the zoning bylaw. The application proposes to rezone the subject lands from agricultural to general commercial with a special exception being C2-41. The proposed general commercial zoning would permit a range of uses to support a mixed-use development, including retail, office, personal service, daycare, medical office, and other service commercial uses. The rezoning would facilitate the development of two multi-unit commercial buildings on the property. The requested site-specific zone would permit a reduced rear yard setback of 4 meters to the abutting residential zone, whereas 7.5 meters is required. All other applicable C2 zone provisions are proposed to be maintained. The following 3 slides summarize the key planning considerations related to the proposed rezoning, requested rear yard setback reduction, site layout, and proposed mitigation measures. The property is a designated community corridor which supports mixed-use development. The proposed rezoning supports mixed-use development within an existing service area between two existing commercial plazas. If the community planning permit or CPP bylaw is approved and comes into effect, the subject property is anticipated to be zoned community corridor, which would continue to support mixed-use development. The standard rear yard setback in the C2 zone is 3 meters. However, when the rear yard abuts a residential or institutional zone, a minimum setback of 7.5 meters is required. The proposed special exception would permit a reduced rear yard setback of 4 meters to the abutting residential zone. Staff reviewed the requested setback reduction in the context of the overall site design, surrounding land use pattern, and proposed mitigation measures. One of the key reasons for the proposed setback and building location is to align proposed building A with the existing commercial building to the north and support a continuous drive-wide connection between the two commercial plazas as shown on this slide. The proposed layout directs vehicle circulation, site access movements, parking, loading, delivery, and higher activity areas toward the front and internal portions of the site away from the adjacent residential properties. The reduced setback still allows for fencing, landscaping, and buffering along the rear property line. Waste and recycling will primarily be managed internally. Any external waste enclosure will be fully enclosed and screened with final details reviewed through site plan control process. A landscape plan has been provided, including proposed tree planting along the rear property line and a privacy fence to support screening and buffering. Parks and forestry staff are satisfied with the level of details provided. The rear yard is intended solely to accommodate the required emergency exit in accordance with the Ontario Building Code. Detailed site design and technical matters such as landscaping, grading, lighting, drainage, and buffering will be reviewed in more detail through the future site plan control process. Therefore, staff are of the opinion that the proposed setback reduction is appropriate and maintains the intent of the zoning bylaw, as the reduced setback is balanced with site design measures intended to limit activity near the residential interface. The notice of complete application and public meeting was sent on April 22, 2026. For the May 12 information meeting, a further notice was sent on May 20. For two-day meeting, both notices were posted on the property and mailed to all property owners within 120 meters of the subject lands. A site visit was completed and the application was circulated to other departments and external agencies for review. No objections were received through the circulation process. Public comments were received from two adjacent residential property owners prior to the information meeting. The comments generally related to privacy, visual impacts, noise, traffic, and construction impacts, and the proposed reduced rear yard setback. Staff have considered these comments as part of the planning review. The proposed rear yard setback, together with the overall site layout, would keep the majority of vehicle circulation and higher activity away from the rear and adjacent residential properties. This layout, along with further landscaping and buffering to be reviewed through the site plan control process, is intended to help address the compatibility concern raised by the neighboring residents. No additional public comments were received after the information meeting and prior to this meeting. Council also raised questions at the previous meetings regarding the proposed yard setback site response matrix as part of the planning analysis and recommendation. In conclusion, the application would rezone the subject lands from agriculture to general commercial with a special exception to permit a reduced rear setback of 4 meters to the abutting residential zone. The proposal supports the community corridor designation, represents a logical continuation of the existing commercial corridor, and makes efficient use of lands within the urban settlement area. Staff are satisfied that the requested setback reduction is appropriate in the context of the overall site layout, proposed buffering, and future site plan control review. Staff also note that should the CPPS or Community Planning Permit System be approved and come into effect, this decision, together with the future site plan approval, would be subject to the applicable CPPS transition policies. For these reasons, staff recommend approval of zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 426AV. Thank you, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Cynthia, the agent, is coming up. As she's coming up, can I get someone to put this on the floor for me, please? Councillor Howes, Councillor Coleman, thank you. And just your name and who you represent, please.
Cynthia Basitich, CB Planning, on behalf of Vicano Developments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Efsoon, for the presentation. Since being here last, we took into consideration the concerns and questions from neighbors and from council. In providing comments matrix, that's part of your agenda package tonight, we've addressed and answered all of those questions. In addition to that, we did evaluate other site designs. I believe that was the key takeaway or question leaving last council's meeting, to see if there were another viable option for this proposal. The conclusion was that as proposed is the best way forward and the only way that makes sense. And this is the reason why. The proposed reduced rear yard setback is driven by site functionality and supports efficient site design by aligning the drive aisle with the adjacent property to the north. Do we have the site plan available soon? Do you mind if we just bring it back? And on the site plan, it shows that that key alignment. That's okay. Well, Efsoon finds that slide, I'll continue. The rear yard setback to that adjacent property being 197 is, we see it as a homogenized site in that it creates a continuous and logical layout that functions effectively for both properties. The rear yard setback, to confirm at 197, is 3 meters. So this allows us to use the existing access so that you can drive right through from leaving 191 to 197 out to Watts Pond. Otherwise, another access would be required, and it would just simply not make, it would not be feasible to do so. So it's a logical continuation of that established line, and also for continuity of traffic flow. This approach also eliminates any bends or zigzags within the site, and as far as that movement, resulting in a cleaner and more efficient circulation pattern for vehicles. And it also allows the development to accommodate appropriately required parking and maintaining a practical access throughout the site. If we did move the building, we would be deficient in parking. Importantly, as I've soon indicated, there is no activity to the rear of the building, that back rear building B. It's for an emergency exit only as required by the Ontario Building Code. If the building depth decreased as well, these units are 1,500 square feet, it simply makes them unleasable. The reduced setback is therefore not arbitrary and nor for economic advantage. It's a functional design solution that improves site circulation and aligns and is compatible with the established development pattern to the north and supports the operational efficiency of the proposed development. The 4 meters allows adequate grading, drainage, sidewalk, and landscaping, and especially the tree plantings, the 11 proposed at the rear of the site that will be installed 10 to 12 feet and 7 meters apart, and within 5 years will grow to 25 feet. Thank you to staff and for your consideration tonight. We agree with the recommendation with the planner's report and accordingly ask that you approve the request. I'm also going to invite Mr. Vicano to speak if you had any additional comments. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councilors. If you have any questions that you may want further explanation, I'd be happy to provide them.
Open it up to the floor to see if there's anyone that wants to speak to or against this application. I'll ask for the second time. Is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to or against this application? I'll ask for a third and final time. Is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to or against this application? Seeing none, we'll call this part of the meeting closed and we'll carry on with questions. Does anyone have any questions? Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. So yeah, it was me that brought up at the last time you were in with this, with the reduction of the rear setback, if there was any way to potentially look at the that 3 meter buffer you have between the parking lot and the sidewalk to potentially reduce it even by 1 meter or 2 meters. So it's not so much of a reduction. I'm curious here. So I'm looking at the pictures that are in our package, and what you're saying is the road that is in the or the right of way, I'll call it, the driveway in the existing phase 1 there, where the McDonald's is. You're telling me that will continue on straight in front of these other buildings?
Correct.
Because it almost looks as if the buildings on the McDonald's one are set back further. Is that the case?
It's the case that this new proposed driveway will align perfectly with the existing main drive aisle in front of the building. The building adjacent to the north of this particular site is not as deep. So I'm not sure exactly what you're asking. If we could
Okay, sorry. Can you put the picture up that shows the layout of the drive, the layout of the property? It's got the parking lot in there. It's got all the separation of the units. No, not that one. It's right in our package.
That's it.
There we go. There we go. Okay,
So-
so the road that I'm looking, or the driveway that I'm looking at in front of those buildings on the west there,
Yes.
it kind of curves at the end. So am I to understand that the road from that other plaza will in essence go straight out?
Correct. But when you say road, you really mean drive aisle.
Drive, yeah, the part that
So
we're gonna be driving.
please understand that there is parking directly in front of the existing building that exists there now, and then a sidewalk, then the face of the building. We do not have parking in front of this building that we're proposing.
Right.
It's a different concept.
Right, so the picture that I'm looking at here, it's in our package as, what do we got here? I'm just trying to see which one it is. 03 aerial map. Nope, that's not the one either. My apologies. It's the one that you're showing there. But what I'm seeing in the picture that we have in our package is the existing. There's in the right hand corner, top right hand corner. It says existing commercial building, and
Correct.
in front of that, there's a parking spot. There's parking spots, and then there's a gap, and then there's more parking spots. So that road is going to go straight between those parking spots. Is that my understanding?
Correct.
Okay.
The rear yard of the existing commercial building that you're referring to on this diagram, the rear setback is only 3 meters. Our proposed is more than that. It's 4.1 meters.
Right, and I appreciate that, but you also have to appreciate the fact that the 3 meter setback on the other one is going into a water retention pond. It's not going into residential units. So let's not confuse the two here. We're talking, apples and oranges here. So what I'm hearing here is there's no way to even take a meter off the front of that development on the Grand River Street north side where you've got a 3 meter buffer. There's no possibility to take any space off of that and still have this viable.
The 3 meter set or green space dimension along Pinehurst is a bylaw requirement. I'd be happy to remove 2 meters off of that and shove everything forward. Sure. But then the driveway's not going to line up. The main drive aisle that's going to drive through. To us, it's very important that these two sites function together. We have a common driveway that is going to be shared by both developments, and it's important for us to have the main drive aisle in front of this building line up instead of jig-jag. Please appreciate there's no activity behind this building. There's not even, there's exit man doors that are for exit purposes only. They won't even have a doorknob on them. You can't go into the building. It's a slab door. No doorknob, no lever, nothing. It's exit only, Panic Hardware. How many times is that going to be open? So please understand there is absolutely no activity behind this building. In fact, it's going to be a sound absorber that doesn't exist now between the residential and the highway, or the highway, Pinehurst. And if anything, it's going to absorb the sound that they're going to produce. We're not going to produce any sound or noise or any activity whatsoever in this rear yard. Please understand that. We don't have parking back there. We don't have children playing. We don't have any sources of noise or whatever. Again, it's exit only. And a sidewalk is considered landscaping. So the whole rear yard that we indicate is landscaping, in quotations. It's not a parking lot.
No, and I understand that. I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Mr. Ricano, who doesn't come often, so it's good to see him here tonight. I wanted to ask, because Peter, you built these before. In the other ones you built before, was it 6-foot board-on-board fencing that you used, and that works well?
Yeah, pretty much. On Rest Acres Road, that's what we did, and it works well.
Okay.
No issues.
Okay, and then the second question I had is because the whatever Cynthia put together, she said, any mechanical equipment associated with the development will be located entirely within the building. But the air conditioning units, would they be on the roof?
They'll be definitely on the roof, but they will not be visible. All our commercial buildings have parapets that go higher than the roof to mask. You won't see them, you won't hear them.
Yeah, because sometimes they can be kind of noisy units, but they won't be these.
They will not be an issue whatsoever, visibly or with noise.
Okay.
You will not hear them.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else have any questions?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yep. I can't see you, but I can hear you.
Thank you. Just following on from Councillor Pearce's comments, just to be clear, the development to the north, and I can understand you want the roads to align, but the development to the north has parking in front of those structures, and yet the development to the south that you're proposing does not. So are those structures to the south bigger than the ones to the north?
Well, not really. No, they're the ones to the north are 1,500 square feet, and what we're proposing is 1,500 square feet. What we're proposing is some units that are narrower, but a small bit deeper. Yes.
I don't see parking outside of the properties to the north. So the section of the properties that is running on a north-south line doesn't appear to have parking immediately outside of it. Or am I mistaken?
No, there's parking in front of the buildings. Yes. There's a sidewalk and then the parking space and the.
No, I'm
and a
trying to
drive-up.
find, could you just put that drawing up? Is that possible?
I don't know if we have the site plan perhaps in the file for 197. It's not part of this application, but.
Yeah, because I can't see the parking there on that drawing.
Like, I'm looking at the drawing and you can see it, but maybe on the screen you can't see it, but the parking is indicated on exactly the same plan.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at it. I'm pulling it up. It is not, there's no parking in front of those buildings.
In the existing in front of the existing commercial building?
No, in front of the ones you're proposing.
Oh, no, there's no parking in front of them. No.
Yeah, so therefore, if the roads align, then I presume these buildings must be bigger than the buildings you've got to the north.
Absolutely, yes, yes, they're deeper,
Okay,
not bigger.
so-
In area,
okay.
they're not larger in area, they're
Yeah.
deeper in dimension.
So just to, somebody said that this is not about economics. It's absolutely about economics, because you are comfortable with the buildings to the north, which are smaller than the buildings to the south. If you put the same buildings that you have to the north into the south, then you create the 3 meters extra that we were looking for. And you would comply with the zoning bylaw, or am I mistaken?
Well, you're correct, but it's a matter of economics. I'm not sure who said it's not a matter of economics,
No.
but.
I think your agent said it's not a matter of economics, and
I
it clearly
think-
is a matter of economics.
If I can clarify, I think the rezoning from agriculture to commercial is definitely economics. The site functionality and the site planning to make it work is not.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not convinced, but I
Okay.
just one vote. I'm not convinced.
Any other comment? Oh,
Sorry,
But
to
we
clarify
meet-
is.
We meet the parking bylaw now. We have one parking space more than what the parking requirement is.
Correct.
And so you would like us to consider increasing this rear yard setback where nothing is happening? For what purpose? For what purpose?
To comply with our zoning bylaw, to accommodate
But
the
that's
people that
why-
live behind there, that would expect that if we have a bylaw, that we follow that bylaw.
But the reason we're here is because we're having difficulty meeting that one item of the bylaw.
But
That's the reason we're here.
I've just illustrated how you can meet it, and you've just demonstrated further up the road to the north how you meet it. So I have to say, I'm just one vote, but I won't be supporting this.
we're trying to pull up the other
The other site plan?
Yes,
Thank you.
yeah, just give us a minute here. Councillor Haley, do you have something to add?
Just a quick question about the screening, and I know you're working with a horticulturist or whatever, landscape architect.
Yeah.
Yeah, the maple, tulip, and ginkgo, they're great, but in the winter, they have no leaves. And so I know you talk about fir trees, but what about fat Alberts? Because fat Alberts aren't that fat. So just a problem. Yeah.
Sure.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Haley, we will be submitting for site plan control following this, and all of those details will certainly be looked at and defined or otherwise to ensure.
We can't pull it up, Mr. Kim. We can provide it another time. We'll send it to Councillor Bell.
Okay.
Well, I've got it, Mr. Mayor, you don't need it.
Oh.
It's in my pack.
Okay,
May I just add one more thing, just to finish up with Councillor Bell? So through I want to say the recirculation, in terms of the comment matrix that we developed, answering all of the questions and concerns that came forward from the neighbors, Afsoon did recirculate to each of them. And as she indicated earlier, no one provided additional comments or concerns. I just wanted to make that clear.
okay. I think we've talked enough about that. Council, you have something in front of us. It's an approval.
Okay.
Any other comments before we call the vote? Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor to receive? Opposed? And it's carried. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
10.2, 88 Dundas Street. Lauren, you have that. And again, it's a public hearing. And, I'm sorry? Is the planner, and we have Dave and Stephanie are going to come up afterwards, and after they've both spoken, then we will decide what we're going to do. So it is another public meeting, though. So whenever you're ready, Lauren.
Thank you. I'll be presenting zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 925LG and draft plan of subdivision application PS 422DN submitted by MHBC Planning agent on behalf of the owner, Telephone City Aggregates. This application was previously deferred by council during the May 12th council meeting. An addendum to the staff report has been included in the agenda package to provide council and the public with additional information. The subject lands are located south of Dundas Street East to the west of the Canadian National Railway line and north of the Trans-Canada Trail. The subject lands are irregularly shaped, having a frontage of approximately 36.03 meters along Dundas Street East, 210 meters along Sharp Road, and an area of approximately 46.947 hectares. The surrounding area consists of commercial and residential uses to the north along Dundas Street East, agricultural and residential uses to the east, employment uses to the south, residential uses and the Grand River are located to the west. The subject lands are designated as general employment, community corridor, rural lands, and natural heritage system within the current official plan. As the application was submitted and deemed complete prior to provincial approval of the current official plan, the policy analysis is based on the previous 2012 official plan. Any subsequent planning applications will be subject to the policies of the current official plan. The subject lands are designated as employment, general commercial, agricultural, and natural heritage within the 2012 official plan. The lands are located within the Paris settlement area, with the exception of the stormwater management facility block, which is located outside. The subject lands are zoned as agriculture, natural heritage, resource extraction, heavy industrial, special exception, automotive commercial within the zoning bylaw 6116. Plan of subdivision application PS 422DN is seeking draft plan approval for the creation of 5 employment blocks, 1 commercial block, 1 park block, 4 open space blocks, 3 service corridors, 1 stormwater management block, and 2 future development blocks. The zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 4322DN proposes to amend the zoning on the subject lands to prestige industrial, light industrial, heavy industrial, general commercial, open space, natural heritage vegetation protection zone, and holding provisions will be applied to the 2 future development blocks. Site specifics have been included in the zoning for the blocks that are adjacent to the CN Rail corridor to ensure land use compatibility. To address previous comments from members of the public and the council at the May 12th council meeting, the addendum to the staff report provides more information regarding the projected job creation, limiting truck traffic to the draft plan approved residential subdivision, how the land subject to the holding provision could be developed within the future, and further detailed design and technical review of the road construction servicing will be completed by satisfying the conditions of the draft plan approval. Development of this specific blocks would be facilitated through a site plan control process, including zoning compliance, traffic, access, landscaping, grading, drainage, noise, dust, and lighting. The draft plan conditions have been amended to include Hydro One Network Inc.'s conditions, which were provided following the May council meeting. Staff are continuing to recommend approval of the zoning bylaw amendment application, ZBA 4322DN, and plan of subdivision application, PS 422DN, subject to the amended draft plan conditions. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Lauren. We could call on Stephanie and Dave to come up and speak to the presentation, application.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Sorry, it's just me. Stephanie's going to hang out back there. And with me tonight, with us tonight also is Greg Sweetnam, who's been involved really on these lands for a long time. And he'll be here to answer any questions on some of the history and proposed uses and just involvement as it relates to what's being proposed. Since the last meeting, we've worked a lot with staff, with Lauren, thank you, in responding to the comments made by council and trying to and doing our best to provide answers to some of the questions that were raised. So tonight we're here in support of the recommendation to approve the zoning bylaw and the plan of subdivision that is before you. And I won't spend too much time on some of the background here, but we've been working on the lands for some time, February 2021, with the pre-consultation meeting. But if you've been around long enough, these lands have been subject to discussion for employment lands for quite some time. It's really a county-initiated approach. So we've been working through that direction and that policy framework to be here this evening with a zoning bylaw amendment and plan a subdivision to implement what's been talked about for some time. The lands are designated in the official plan for employment or industrial uses. The majority of the uses are within that area. The stormwater management pond, as mentioned, is outside of the area in the rural area, but outside of the natural heritage lands. This is something that, again, we've had quite a bit of discussion with staff on, and we believe that is the best location relative to the design components and outlets of the facility, and also the ability to use the lands that are within the urban area and designated most effectively and efficiently. The zoning framework, we've spent a lot of time looking at the types of uses and how we transition the uses in consideration of the residential lands. We've been involved in planning for this area for some time, which included the planning for the adjacent residential lands. When we were working through the residential lands and the industrial lands, we were looking at it comprehensively. And when looking at just this plan in isolation tonight, what I want to suggest to you is that that is not how we've looked at this project all along. We've looked at it as a package of lands within this portion of Paris. The idea around the zoning is to provide a transition of heavier uses from Sharp Road, continuing into the site and decreasing the intensity of those uses for industrial purposes to lighter industrial and into the red, a light prestige office mixed use approach. So trying to minimize whatever land use issues and compatibility issues there may be as we move into proximity to the residential area. Between the heavier industrial uses, the gray and the brown on this slide, and the lighter, you'll see that there's the natural heritage system and a proposed park. That is what we're intending to use to provide a general indication that you're moving from a heavier industrial area into a lighter industrial area or mixed-use area with the residential component. The natural heritage area that's to the north, on the north part of this plan, one of the changes that has occurred since past discussions is we've actually increased that natural heritage area, and we've also identified more opportunity for tree protection and tree saving through environmental study, which would be implemented as part of conditions of approval. The road network will be improved from Sharp Road now, currently ends in a bulb. We'll need to work to expand that and improve Sharp Road in that location into the site. And as you move into the site, there'll be signage and information associated with truck movement, truck traffic. As you get into the site at the end, there's a roundabout which would be designed to accommodate truck turns. The intent is that trucks do not go past that roundabout. The street A going south is the street really connecting into the residential area, and it would be identified and signed accordingly. As we get to the trail crossing, we've worked with TCA in Brantford, and we've worked on various trail crossing locations. So the intent is, number one, the trucks are not driving past that roundabout into the residential traffic or across the trail or into the residential street network at all. And here's an example of what we would be looking at to make sure that we look to prioritize the trail crossing, the cycling, the pedestrians, moving through that area the best way we can with some form of identification or even signalization at that trail crossing. So we're doing what we can to make sure that that traffic is not only moving through residential area from a truck perspective, vehicles would be able to move through, but also putting some priority into the pedestrian network. From a transportation study findings, again, as we looked at these lands, we looked at the residential lands and we looked at the area in totality. And that study identified conclusions and some following improvements to roads. And those would be implemented through draft plan subdivision conditions as part of this plan. And there's also requirements for implementation of road improvements as part of the residential plan of subdivision. So together, they'll work to to implement the traffic improvements required. At Dundas Street, there's no road connection at all. There's a servicing corridor that's required to bring the services into the lands, and that will function as an emergency access as well. So there'll be a service corridor, emergency access, which could also be a trail, into the lands and provide connection to that portion of the lands. The commercial block that you see in pink is intended really to be consolidated with adjacent lands. It's not intended to have its own access onto Dundas Street, and there's no intent to have access to the service corridor. So it really functions as a future development commercial block that would be consolidated. As far as the other technical studies, all of these have been reviewed. We've had a significant amount of consultation with staff. We've had discussions with Six Nations and received their comments and have responded, and that was one of the comments that led us to further look at opportunity for tree protection, which was a result of the comments and what is showing and being considered in the plan and zoning proposed before you tonight. So we're happy to answer any questions. We brought our team here. We're really looking forward to moving forward here. This plan is an important component to kind of the overall development in this area. And like I say, happy to answer any questions. And Mr. Mayor, I did want to say that I was happy to be here tonight as part of the Economic Development Committee meeting, as I think everything tonight related to economic development and job creation in your community. So we're here tonight to continue to provide opportunity to support employment opportunities in your community.
Thank you. I'm going to call upon Greg to come up. He's the applicant, to speak to his application.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief, given the amount of time, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through to you to council. My name is Greg Sweetenham. I'm president of TCA, or Telephone City Aggregates, and we've been a proud member of the Brantford business community for many, many years. This property, I think it was 2005, when we first funded 50% of the studies that the County of Brant was doing to see how we could get sewers from the end of Sharp Road all the way out to Dundas Street. And we owned land there, the county owned land there. We worked together. Back Dave Johnson was the guy that I worked with at the time. And it's been a long road since then. You know, we were here because we haven't appealed this application to the board. We made our first application in this area in 2013 with the residential portion adjacent. We've been working with these lands, as Dave said, collaboratively with both properties, looking together to make sure it all worked correctly. This particular property is a pretty tortured piece of land. I mean, think about it. It was, you know, after native or indigenous occupation of the land early on, it was cleared for agriculture. There was not one, but two railroads put across it. There was a rail spur put across the center of it. Then when they put the railways across the property, they realized that there was gravel here. So the county started to extract gravel, building roads and extending the rail beds of the railway. Then there was commercial gravel came in. The property that we own south of the tracks where the residential subdivision now was extracted. Some of the wetlands, excuse me, the wetlands on site are actually rehabilitated gravel pits, right? So then when the gravel pit south was put in, there was another haul route put across the property. So there's been a lot of disturbance in this property, and now the gravel extraction's finished. It's time to put this thing back into sort of an end state. There's about a third of the property that's being set aside for environmental protection, natural heritage, open space. So we think that the plan we've got is good. We think it fulfills the live, work, play concept here, where we've got residential employment lands and all the trails, the Trans-Canada Trail, the Grand Valley Trail system runs through here as well. So great walking distance from the grocery store up on Dundas Street, the restaurants, the medical facilities. So we think there's a great plan here that'll help with the transportation network through this area, which has been constrained because of the railway tracks and the Grand River. And there's now an easy way to get emergency vehicles down into that Sharp Road subdivision. So we're happy to answer any questions. It's been a long road. We've been working a lot of years. And believe me, we've looked at every iteration of road combinations and everything with your staff who worked diligently through it with us over the years, and we've come up with the best plan in this plan. And we hope that you can support us and support your staff recommendation and the recommendations of our professional planners in this case. So we look forward to answering any questions you may have. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for coming up. What we'll do now is we'll go back to the room. Is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to or against this application? We have someone on, okay, we're going to do the person who. Yep, we have someone online. Are they going first? No, you can go first. You're here.
I don't have my glasses tonight.
Just your
Jennifer
name.
Walls,
Yeah.
14 Curtis Avenue, South Paris, Ontario.
Thank you.
So I can't read my notes. And I know that whatever's going to happen is going to happen, that we have no choice in this stuff. But I would like people to think about the choices they make and how it affects the community. We have about 60 kids that come Saturday morning with 3 adults down the trails. And like I talked with Dan, I don't know if he's here tonight, it needs to be stoplights where children are going to be crossing with 3 adults. We already had these situations on Rest Acres Road where I get to hear children come home on a bus say that they saw somebody's feet underneath a car. And now we have people that are crossing them there. Like, we have to understand that people don't drive the way they're supposed to. With the construction on Paris Road on the weekend, 2 weekends ago, we were coming up construction. There was a Florida plate barreling down the wrong way. There was 10 cars lined up, a transport truck trying to turn around. They've already crossed 2 barriers. We've called the police. We've called the county. Everyone says, oh, we're looking after it. We're looking after it. Somebody's gonna get killed. Like, and then you guys are gonna get sued, and then it'll be a whole different problem. There are so many people that use those trails. If we're doing this, which you're gonna do it anyhow, whatever gets voted tonight, you need to do it with thinking about your community that uses these resources. You need to think about the wildlife, the deer on our property. You need to think about the 170-year-old farm. You need to think about right now, that land coming out to Dundas is gonna be this little area. But we've already heard tonight where something starts in one thing and it ends up totally something else. Could be 5 years from now, could be 10 years from now. I know for my road, we've had a lot of people leave because we just don't like what's happening. I know a lot of people are deciding that that's what they want to do. You have to decide, we're going to have lots of people that are come from Toronto or Burlington or whatever that they want to downsize or whatever. But like even using the Grand River like we used to and using the trails, it's not the same anymore. And the more that we're doing all this destruction to the community, it's just heartbreaking, which means that I want to take my child and I want to take my family and we want to go up to Muskoka or we want to go up to Sudbury because this isn't the land that we decided that we wanted to be. And it did start a long time ago. And I'm very disappointed that over the time that we literally were with the OLT, that we were not given notification when you're saying that you guys planned this whole thing together. We were given notification about certain things and not other things. Because we would have been at council, we would have been vocal, and we would have been here. And I don't think we were given that opportunity. And thank you, Ella, for making sure that we're given that opportunity now when you keep sending things to us that we were not getting before. And we were literally having community meetings. And I think I went and sat with Canesville and talked with elderly people in Canesville about their situation. I just didn't come here. I went everywhere and listened to people and there's such stuff that's happening. Because I can see when I stop for people on the road and they've had an accident and there's no sight line on Paris Road, that it's a preventable 5-car accident and people are being taken to the hospital. And people aren't doing something different to make this whole situation different. Thank you.
Thank you. We have someone online too, Laura. Do you want to? Yeah. Hello?
Hi, hello, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
I'm actually just pulling into the parking lot. I was just commuting. I want to kind of echo Jennifer's thoughts. So I'll say I'm Laura Schutz. I'm on Curtis Ave South as well. I'm just transitioning my phone. I'm sorry if I lose you. One second. Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. Okay, great. So I'm a resident on Curtis Ave South as well. And echoed Jennifer's concerns. I know that this planning has been a long process. We have had years of discussion about the gravel pits that's down our street, and I'm not sure, I was driving, so I'm not sure if it was presented, that portion of the land. That's being developed, but one of the biggest things we're concerned about is the traffic. And I heard Dave talking about the large and heavy trucks and the traffic that that will bring. I'm going to go on pause. I'm walking in.
Come to the front. Just give us your name and your address, please, first.
I'm Dr. Laura Schutz. I'm at 64 Curtis Ave South. Thanks for taking me looking like this. Yeah, so we've been involved in these discussions for the development of the gravel pit that's down our street. A lot of lengthy discussions and a lot back and forth with the county and with TCA working on that. One of the things that I'm concerned about is not ironing out the in and out of the large trucks and the transportation design for them. Right now, there's one entrance on Sharp Road. And with the agreement that we have with the county for the area around the gravel pit, the proposal is to create this new trail road, and it will go into the existing gravel pit that exists on Curtis Ave South and potentially make that a new thoroughfare to Sharp Road. My question is, if there's potential that there's another exit out, whether it's to Dundas Street and that little corridor we're talking about, whether it's to Paris Road, we might not need to get rid of our rail trail. We might not need that road. We might need to ruin the beautiful rail trail if we already think ahead, are looking ahead at this and decide this in advance, what the other exits, what the alternatives are. And so my plea is that you look at this stuff now. You don't kick the can down the road because it's going to impact that subdivision, and that's going to impact us and our kids and the land there. Because if we don't have to get rid of that rail trail, that would substantially impact so many people and the use of that trail. And if we can find another alternate exit that would be more beneficial for the large trucks and the industry and all of the people and all of the houses that are going to be built there, that would be a huge benefit for everybody to take the time and sort that out in advance now. Thanks.
Thank you. Did you win your game? Did you win your game where you play? Oh, there you go. Okay, so that's it. Council, do you have any questions? Thoughts? Oh, we have someone else online first, sorry. Laura.
Hi, sorry. Just one more question. I'm Laura Pipkins. I'm also at 64 Curtis Avenue South. I'm Marcia's wife. I just had a question. I just want to ask, what is the exact distance of the heavy industrial lands to the new subdivision, to the nearest point of the new subdivision residential areas? And what impact do you expect from that in terms of noise, dust, whatever sort of impacts you would expect from heavy industrial use?
Who wants to speak to that? Dave?
Through the mayor, I'm just going to take a look at my plan as far as the distance from the heavy industrial, but while I'm looking at that, I'll just comment that one of the things that we specifically looked at is that how do we look at compatibility between those two uses? It's too small to read on my plan, but between the heavier industrial and the residential is the park. Sorry, I was trying to zoom in on this slideshow. But anyway, between the heavy industrial and the residential is the park, and I can't read the exact dimension, but we believe that it provides a significant distance, at least greater than a 20 or 70 meter minimum setback. 70 meter setback would be a minimum setback required for Class 2 industrial uses, which is generally what you would be looking at in this location from the Ministry D6 guidelines.
And is the intent that the park would, disrupt all noise, or would some come through just naturally? Would there be some sort of background noise all the time, or dust, or what have you?
Through Mayor, The park, the park will function as the park. We've taken a look at our end on what the design of that park may be. We would work with staff on that. Ultimately, it would be a county-owned facility. But we've located that park in an area where we can also save a large number of trees as a buffer. So it wouldn't just be like a flat park. It would be a park where we would maintain existing trees and most likely more of a passive park where there would be some connection into the trail and or looking at it from the other way, there's also along the edge of the trail a minimum 10-meter requirement for tree preservation. So there'll be a tree preservation buffer around the trail. But in that location, it could be that there's opportunity for, I'll call it a bit of a trail lay-by or rest area or design component where you can come in off the trail and maybe there's a small picnic area. So it would work to function in combination with the trail and as a separation from the industrial uses.
So sorry, I haven't prepared it well. Perhaps my question is, would people in the new subdivision hear the heavy industrial work going on or experience dust from it or other impacts? Is it something you know, or?
Will the residential experience dust? There would be construction considerations, but all of those matters are essentially managed through a subdivision agreement with the county. And if there are other noise or dust or odor concerns, I guess ultimately there would be an opportunity for residents to be in contact with the county. But at the time of site plan approval for each of those blocks, there'll be further analysis on what types of the uses, what studies would be needed from a noise, dust, or odor in consideration of the residential, and then what mitigation measures would be put in place on those specific blocks to ensure the compatibility with the existing and future residential uses.
Okay, thank you, that's very helpful.
Sorry, it's Greg here. I think it would be helpful to know that we just built something very, very similar to this situation down in Brantford at the bottom end of Hardy Road. As the mayor kindly mentioned earlier on in the evening, there's a section of the same trail that runs through an industrial area, right between an industrial area and a residential area. And there's buffers in place now. It's not identical, but it's similar. And I'd encourage you, if you're interested, to walk that section of trail down between Bowery Road and Wright Street, and you can get a sense of the separation. There's a big chocolate factory's been built right there, and there's another big warehouse is right there, and the residential is right there. So there's buffers there on either side of the trail, and we found it's very compatible. A lot of people really enjoy that section of trail down there because it's a little bit hillier than some of the other sections. But anyway, that's just my suggestion, sir.
Sure, thank you very much.
Okay, I think what we have to do is ask if there's anyone else in the room that wants to speak to or against this application. You have something new to say? Yeah. Okay, come on up. Come on up.
I guess mostly just for the record, can staff confirm that this industrial subdivision is being recommended for approval based on Sharp Road serving as the principal and sufficient route for industrial traffic and trucks, and then a future connection through Curtis Ave South is not required?
Lauren?
Through the mayor, so I can confirm for the industrial subdivision that's currently being recommended for approval right now, the primary and sole access is through Sharp Road. The TIS has determined that that is a sufficient access. As part of the OLT-approved residential subdivision that contains the the different trail road proposal. So that's not a part of this application that's forward at this time. That was through the OLT-approved subdivision.
Right, so in theory, there will be a connection between Curtis Ave South and Sharp Road that these trucks could be using.
Through the mayor, no, so that's incorrect. We do also have truck prohibiting bylaws in place to prohibit access. There would be wayfare signage, so trucks that are not permitted within the residential subdivision, it would only be within that industrial.
So they only have one point of entry and exit. So if that point is blocked, they have to come through us. How does that work? If there's only, like, if that Sharp Road is closed and the truck can't exit, what happens? Like, we were just under the impression when we had all these discussions, there always has to be 2 exits from a subdivision, and there's residential lands here and industrial lands, and it was like a huge point of discussion for us and why they wanted to turn the rail trail into a road, because they needed 2 exit points. So I'm just curious about that.
You have to go through me, you can't talk to Lauren.
Through the mayor.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mayor.
Okay, I just don't want to put any pressure on Lauren.
Yeah.
Thank you. Do you want to answer, Lauren, or do you want to call it a day? I think she answered your questions. She answered your question. I think anything else, I mean, you said if it's blocked, well, you know, what if it's blocked? I mean, what if it never gets blocked? You can't ask the planners that. That's sort of, I'm not sure why you would want the planner to answer that for you. What if the road's blocked? Well, what if, yep, speak to me.
Okay, through the mayor. It's maybe contextually, I'll just provide the contextual background. Because it was a big point of contention when discussing with the previous planners, Dan and other people, that they said to us was, we can't have only one entry into the subdivision, because originally it was going to be Sharp Road coming into the new subdivision. And they told us that over and over and over again. So that's the reason for the question, is because it was used against us for why they needed to create Trail Road and utilize Curtis Ave South to have another entry point into the subdivision. So that's the reason and the context behind the question. It's not meant to be a mean or loaded question. It's because it was sent to us over and over again in our discussions. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah.
Jeremy?
Just through the mayor, every subdivision will have different access points. Emergency access points are for emergency purposes. They could take a residential vehicle through this area, and the fire trucks can use this as a secondary access if it's blocked. It's not intended for transport trucks. So the transport trucks would be prohibited. So technically speaking, they wouldn't be allowed down the road if the road was blocked. They'd have to wait till it was unblocked from whatever emergency to be able, and it's not even conducive for them to go down through the residential, because I don't think they could make the turns in some of those streets. So they would be stuck waiting. Fire trucks and emergency services can get in and utilize that area. And that's the purpose of this, is a secondary access for emergency vehicles too, in that area, that connection.
Does that help?
Yeah, I guess I'm not a planner, and so if that's the plan, is to have one route in that, and we obviously we're happy that there's not industrial trucks coming down. Like that's great. The bigger picture brain in me is like, well, if they're approving all these things, are they not going to be thinking they want a second exit? And I know there's lands up for sale that are adjacent to Paris Road that are marked as employment and industrial lands. And that's where my brain is saying, well, guys, logically, I see that there's probably going to be a second exit here coming down the pipe. And why are we forcing this weird development utilizing Curtis Ave South with our unstable slope and getting rid of the trail road? I'm happy to show you on the map if you need the context, if you pull up the map to see it. But my brain is just thinking about these bigger picture things that are slated for development, right? And so if these things are thought about early enough, perhaps we can preserve some of this wildlife, preserve some of these trails, preserve some of these things by thinking a little bit in advance and having some of these discussions now.
All right, thank you. Dave, is he here? Dave Miller, there. Do you have an answer for this lady?
Yes, I do. So through the mayor, so Sharp Road will be classified as an arterial industrial road. So the right-of-way width you know, if there was typical construction, there would be enough room for 2 lanes of traffic. And then additionally, the only exception to that is a pretty severe circumstance that is very unlikely. And that would be when there was a death. If there was ever a death in the road, there would be a complete closure.
Thank you. Okay, I have to ask again if there's anyone in the room that wants to come up and speak. You know what, you're pushing it. I'll let you because I let her, but then we've got to stop this.
It's just one quick thing. I just don't think people realize how many transport trucks accidentally go, sorry, through the mayor, to council. I don't realize how many transport trucks come down our road that we have to go out at 5 o'clock in the morning because they're trying to back up. And when they took out the hydro pole on our property, that they were trying to turn around and they couldn't turn around, that we literally leave our house and then we're backing up and we're helping a transport, like a huge bedded transport, hitting the light, backing them across the street. So when we first moved here, it took 2.5 years for me to get signs put up that literally say, you can't go down there. And still, multiple times a month, we have to get out and go out and help people because they're trying to turn around in our driveways, which aren't big enough. They're trying to turn around. We're a dead-end street. There's nowhere for them to turn around because they've made a wrong turn. So I'm just saying we have to think of practicality, what it looks like for people who actually live there every day and who are outside using their property and trying to help their neighbors and stuff. And we don't want kids hit on the road with transport trucks. It's a bad intersection at Dundas and Curtis. So I just need people to think about in practicality what actually everyday life looks like, because it's different than what it looks like on paper. Thank you.
No, thank you. Okay, although there's no one left in the room, I'm going to have to still ask, is there anyone else, except for these two ladies, that want to come up and speak to this application? I have to ask for the second time, is there anyone in the room that wants to come and speak to or against this application? And we'll ask for the third time, is there anyone in the room that wants to come and speak to or against this application? Seeing none, we'll call this part of the process closed. And I'm going to bring it back to council. Councillor Oakley?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, we're time for questions here?
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, so, or comments as well. So I suppose I would still have the concern, and I'm curious from a staff perspective here, in regards to, yes, we're gonna have the truck prohibiting bylaw, we're gonna have the signage. My concern is, we have all that stuff right now for downtown Paris and various other places in the county. We still have trucks drive through all the time. We get complaints about it all the time. So I'm still concerned about that aspect. And I'm wondering if, say we go through with this tonight and as is, if there's possibilities in the future to consider it being a one-way street, one-way access to where with emergency, you know, they can go either which way with, you know, sirens and all that good stuff. I'm still pretty concerned about the truck traffic crossing both in the residential neighborhood and crossing the trail. So I'm just sort of.
Mr. Mayor, my answer, and then we'll let staff answer. Is that okay? Okay. Okay. I just want to clarify maybe something here, because there's a lot of talk about transport trucks going through residential. That's not intended at all. The transport trucks are to stay on Sharp Road. Street A isn't designed for transport trucks to move down into the residential area, and they're not going anywhere. The trucks are not intended to go through the residential area, to go to Curtis Ave, or to get access to Dundas Street and Curtis Ave. They just aren't. The trail road that's been talked about, that is a connection to Dundas along the trail and is not in front of or along Curtis Avenue, and that would be for vehicular traffic. The intent is for trucks to stay on Street A, Sharp Road extension, and that's why the roundabout at the end, it will be designed for a full truck turn. Someone comes down, they went too far, they'll turn around and go back out. There's no intent for trucks to come down Street A and into the residential subdivision. So I don't know what the concern is with truck traffic, because it's not planned to go there at all.
Thank you. Councillor Bell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Dave, I appreciate you saying that it's not the intent. Unfortunately, the reality is that it is. It does happen. And we had just as a good example, there was a truck trailer trying to get off Broadway West and onto Emily Street. And if anybody knows that junction, it is an impossibility, but it didn't stop the guy from trying. Eventually, he had to disconnect his trailer from the truck, move his truck round, get back, reconnect his trailer and move on. It will happen for sure. So the answer is, how do we minimize that opportunity or that situation? And is there a way of preventing it physically? Probably not, but we could put signaling up there. We could put as many signs as you want. We still have to accept that at some point in time it will happen. But I think we just need to try and minimize the number of times that it does happen. So I think if, as part of the next stages on this, if staff can work with the developer to make it as impossible as possible, if that makes sense, for trucks to go through that way, and make it as safe as possible for people on the rail trail to go through that way, I can be supportive of this proposal. Last time round, I was the one I think that suggested we deferred it. I'm happy to realise that Dundas Street strip, or that strip of land near Dundas Street, will not be developed, and it will just be a minor access or emergency access route. Thank you.
Through the mayor to Councillor Bell, absolutely, we'll work with staff to make it as possible as impossible, because that is the intent of part one. Part two, the trail crossing, as we've mentioned, and there is a condition of approval proposed that we work with staff on the trail crossing. And we fully intend to make sure that that is a planned, designed, pedestrian first crossing. And it could be signalized, absolutely. There are a number of different ways that we've worked in municipalities in looking to prioritize that pedestrian crossing. One of them just comes to mind that could also help with the truck movement is looking at that area and working with staff to maybe pinch in the road there so it's just travel path and it's landscaped on the side so it looks even narrower visually than the other components of the road, which would be maybe another way to mitigate trucks trying to go through that area. So that's an example of something we're more than willing to work with staff on to look at that design.
Thank you.
Okay, so I've got to go back to Councillor Oakley because I cut him off, then Councillor House.
Thanks, Mr. And I just wanted to say as well, I appreciate what you're saying with the intent, and I agree that that's the intent. Just from my own personal experience, I used to sort lab pack and transport chemical waste in just a G-Class 25-foot truck. Also would go with guys in transport trucks. I know from experience when I was a new truck driver, I would sometimes get myself in places I wasn't supposed to be. Sometimes went in the truck with someone more experienced and they would go, that's what the suits say, we're just gonna go this way anyways. I understand it's the intent, I understand it's a bylaw, but also sometimes these things still happen, and I'm just concerned when those circumstances do happen, what sort of mitigation we have, so.
Councillor House.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this application has gone through a lot of tweaks over the years, and it's better than it used to be. Like, it's come a long way, and you guys have listened. I believe you've listened to a lot of the needs and concerns of the residents, and it is a better application. Specific to these transport issues, the truck issues and things like that, like, we all get frustrated seeing big trucks go through downtown Paris, but unfortunately, sometimes big trucks have to go to downtown Paris. And that means that you're never gonna have a situation where there's never tractor trailers going through downtown Paris, even when we're in a detour situation. And that's what's different about Curtis Ave. Curtis Ave never needs to see a tractor trailer, ever. And as we've heard from Jennifer and the other lady, that it does happen, unfortunate, and we hope that things will improve on that. We hope that this won't make it worse. I'm confident that the traffic design measures that these guys are taking are going to be effective. I wanted to particularly reinforce to Dave Mellor, who was online, he's our general manager of operations for your benefit. And he will hear this message anyway, even though if he's not on there right now. The push button signalized pedestrian priority crossing is going to be absolutely essential here. That's going, and you mentioned it, Dave, and just we need to make sure that happens. I just wanted to reinforce that and make sure that our own general manager of operations, there he is, he's back. To make sure Dave would hear that message, because I think that's going to be critical to creating some peace of mind for those trail users that everybody is concerned about.
Did you hear what Steve said, Dave?
No, but I can get an update later. Sorry, my internet dropped out over here, so.
He'll catch up later. Anyway, I'm looking for direction from council as to what they want to do with this application. Councillor Haley.
Yes, I have 2 or 3 questions. Just a moment here. You mentioned, one of you mentioned that it would be Class 2. The industrial would be Class 2, and that would be next to the park. And so Class 2 would have dust or odor, frequent and occasional or intense, vibration, noise, sound, occasional. So I guess, is there any way, I mean, if I think about Canesville, we were trying to buffer the Blossom Ave residents. And so if you buffer the residential, do you have to have heavy industrial next to a park? I know you're using the park as a buffer, but who wants to be in the park if they're getting the dust and the vibration and the noise? So that's one question. And then I'll give you all my questions at once. It looks like a lot of land that you have that you're working with, so I just don't understand why you can't have another exit somewhere. And that would solve the whole problem. An exit, I just don't understand why you don't have that room because, or you're not doing that. You talk about, if there's a death, then yes, you'd have to. But, if there's a car accident that's jamming everything, then where do they go? I just think it's good planning to have 2 exits and to have a park that people can enjoy.
I think Jeremy was saying there is 2 exits, just one is not.
So through the mayor to Councillor Haley, so there is 2 exits, but only one is for truck traffic. Truck traffic has to use Sharp Road, the transport trucks. There is the second access that would go through the subdivision that could be for residential or emergency purposes. So that's there. There is no other option to get another road through. That was explored extensively through these developments. So it's not like they just didn't want to. They've reviewed this extensively to try to figure out solutions to this. So no, there is not another easy solution. Just because there's a lot of land, there's a lot of issues too. So they couldn't get there through that process. They couldn't achieve any other access other than through the residential, which is where we don't want those trucks to go, and which is why we're gonna make every effort to make it hard for a transport truck to get into the residential area. But it won't prohibit maybe a car going. Obviously, we're not gonna prohibit cars moving through. But an emergency services can still get through, for example. The other question on the park side, well, it depends on the nature of the park. Because we're putting a park in a residential area, you're not looking at a park as a neighborhood park with a play structure. You're gonna have a very different type of park there. So that's what I think Mr. Aston was talking about, was there's still gonna be a lot of trees there. It's more of a natural area, but more likely, you're not looking at a park as a playground in this case. So they'll have a different function, but it will still it'll serve more the industrial area for sitting, and it's gonna have a very different function that way, so.
Answer your question?
Just think, we're trying to buffer Canesville residents, and so we're putting a bit of commercial there next to so I just don't understand why you would put the heavy industrial or the industrial type 2 near residential, even if you have a park. It's just parks are there to be enjoyed, and so I think it's being used as a buffer, but yeah, it's just a suggestion when I look at the Canesville plan.
Councillor Chambers.
Yes, I'm first of all, I'd like to thank staff and the applicants for working together over the last short while to make the application better. And I supported it last time, I will support it this time, and I'm willing to move the recommendation as it's printed in the amended version of the report. So I will move that. But I just wanted to make one comment. As someone who drives a transport truck, just like someone who drives a car, sometimes you make wrong turns. Sometimes you get yourself in situations where you don't want to be in. It's rare, but it does happen, and it will happen. You don't want it to happen. The last thing a driver wants to do is come up to a turn that you can't make. It's terrifying, and you don't try to do it, and you won't do it if you don't have to. So having said that, I'll move the recommendation. Hopefully, I'll never make that wrong turn down there. I won't even go near Curtis Avenue, but I'll move the recommendation and seeking a seconder so we can put this application to bed.
Looking for a seconder. Councillor Oakley? Okay, it's on the floor. It's got a seconder. Any more conversation? Councillor Bell, Councillor Pierce, you're okay? Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Noted. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thanks. Takes us to number 11 on the agenda, which is committee reports, and we don't have any. Staff reports, 12.1.1, the reduction of development charge. Heather Boyd is on, here she is. She's online. Does anyone have any questions for Heather? You've read this in your package? Okay, Councillor Coleman's going to move it. Let's get it on the floor. Councillor Oakley's going to second it. Dave Miller wants to speak to it.
Just a quick question. I won't, I got a ton of questions, but it's okay. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Heather, to be clear, we will apply, but before we actually signed on the dotted line, we would see this back before council with all the financials attached to that?
Heather?
Yeah, so once we make an application, we'll let council know what we've applied for. After that, when we get something back from the province, we'll have to make a decision whether or not we go forward signing the TPA.
Okay, yeah, because I do have some questions about development charges, and why it doesn't apply just to people. But anyways, I'll leave that for when it comes back. But I support the recommendation.
Councillor Oakley?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I was going to ask a similar question to Councillor Miller. So I'll just comment and say that, you know, given that we have the opportunity to look at once the financials come back, you know, if we get the best case scenario in here and 130 some odd $million and we have to give up $20 million of revenue, it's obviously of huge benefit. And then we can see in vitro if lowering development charges does in fact lower cost of homes. If it does, then great. If not, then we know we don't continue forward on that project further. So I think given that it's relatively low risk to apply, I think it's worth doing.
Councillor Bell?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Like my colleagues, I support us moving this forward. I do not believe that it's going to make much of a difference to the number of houses that get built. I don't think it will be a real incentive to accelerate what's already in the plan. But I think it's an opportunity we should not miss. But I'm looking forward to see the full financial analysis that Heather will bring. And I think we do need to see it in its broadest context. So we need to understand the consequences of doing something, doing nothing, alternatives. For example, I've asked Dave Miller if we could actually just expand the plant we've already got now without adding a whole expansion. Is it possible to debottleneck it sufficiently? So I'd like to see the full range of opportunities before we submit, but I don't think this is something we should turn our back on. If we can get $135 million, let's do it.
Yeah. So, sorry, through the mayor, if I can just clarify though, like we are not looking probably at 135 million. We are probably looking more in the range of 70 million in terms of the amount we need to do to reduce our development charges by 30%. That first project was kind of on, when I first put forward that we could get 90% of funding for the Paris Water Pollution Control Plant. That turned out not to be the case once further program details came forward. So We believe that we're gonna have to make some compromises in our application. We don't have a one project that's gonna cover the whole thing. But staff is gonna have to look at whether the application we put forward has possibly some projects that are more community support instead of like pure core infrastructure, or are we gonna have to put some projects forward that maybe don't have the housing units tied to them? We're gonna put forward the best application we can. We don't think that we can pass up this opportunity, but on the other hand, we don't have just a ready to go, this one project is gonna create a 30% reduction in DCs, because it's just the residential piece, so there's a lot of things left to be thought through once this application is submitted. There's a lot of work left to do.
Any other comments before we call the vote? Councillor Bell?
Yeah, thank you. So just really back to Heather, when do you think you could bring this forward? Given that you've got a June 19th submission deadline?
Well, it wasn't our intention on bringing it back to council before we submit. This was approval to make the submission. We would bring back to council what we had submitted for, because we don't know also what level the province might consider funding, or if they're gonna pick and choose certain projects. So to go through everything and give council every option, that's not gonna happen before the 19th.
No, okay, I can live with that, but I think to see what you are going to submit before you submit it is, for me, important, and I would prefer to see it before you submit it.
We could show you, but we won't be presenting it for approval. It'll be an information piece, because there will not be another council meeting before this deadline. And we're gonna be working to the last second just to get something in.
Yeah, but that's what worries me, that we'll just rush something in because we're up against the deadline, and it wouldn't have been through council, we wouldn't have been able to ably even assist you in tuning it. I really do, it really does worry me if we're just rushing to meet a deadline without getting council approval. And
Well, if the deadline extends, we'll be happy to bring it back, but I don't know what to tell you.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I think this is sufficiently important that we would have a special council meeting to approve what Heather and the team are going to submit, at least in my opinion.
My worry is we might get funding for the reduction, we might get the funding, but what if we don't get funding another year, and then you've reduced development charges? So then it's going to be very painful for developers if you go back to where it was. That's just my concern.
Anybody else want to speak to this? We have it on the floor. It's being seconded.
Well, so, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make the motion that we support what Heather is doing, but as council, I believe we should see it back at a special council meeting before it's submitted. I look for a seconder for that.
Looking for a seconder. Councillor Haley, a second. You have a seconder in Councillor Haley. Councillor Howes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, maybe a question for Allison. Procedurally, I'm just like, the reason why we don't have a lot of spur of the moment special council meetings is because we have to give notice and we have to invite the public and we have to, like, there's a time sequence, and that's why it doesn't happen very often. Is it a realistic possibility for this need?
Okay. Allison.
Through your worship to council, if you so desire, we could make it work before the deadline, but it would be quick. It would be very quick. I mean, I don't know that staff would have enough time, quite frankly, with the notice period and to have the meeting and then to submit, because that would shave almost a week off of the time to do it. But yeah, unfortunately, it's just the timeline that it is.
Okay, thank you. For that reason, I won't be supporting the amendment.
Yeah. Councillor Oakley?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, similar thing, I won't be supporting the amendment. I think the important touch points here are approving that we're going to go forward with it as, in principle, have staff who are very capable put together what is the best application to go forward. And then the other important touch point is when eventually comes back to the province, if we get an offer of funding, us approving it at that stage. I don't think it's necessarily important for us to be able to approve specifically what gets sent to the province, because I have a lot of faith in our very qualified staff to make the best decision there in these constrained timelines.
Okay, any other comments before we call the vote? There's an amendment, it's on the floor. Councillor Bell, Councillor Haley, all those in favor? Yeah, to the amendment. All those opposed? Okay, so the amendment's off the table, Councillor Bell.
Okay.
Yeah, and then we're going to vote on 12.1.1. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried, thank you. Okay, Brandon, you're on with the official plan amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to council. I'll keep this very brief. What we are doing here is bringing back the official plan amendment that there was some discussion on last council meeting. What this is based on the discussion that happened, the surplus farm dwelling severance. We recognize there's probably some more conversation to have about that. So what is proposed here is simply taking out what was previously proposed. The surplus farm dwelling severance policies would stay the same as they are in the official plan today. We'll come back at a future time to have that discussion. But everything else in the amendment remains unchanged from what was proposed at the last meeting. I'm happy to provide any comments, questions, answer questions from folks, but that's the gist of what you're seeing in front of you.
Questions for Brandon? Seeing none, we need to move it. Councillor Coleman and Councillor Chambers. Any more discussion? Call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? And carried. Takes us to communications. We do have one. I just need someone to make a motion that we receive it. Councillor Oakley, Councillor Kyle, all those in favor of 13.1 just to receive. Resolutions, we have none. Other business, we had none. What is it, 62, 28, okay. Okay, we have one more. First of all, we're not going in camera. Now we're going to do bylaws. Councillor Miller, you know that there's another bylaw, 62.26. It's the which?
Would that be read under 1, 2, 3, or all three?
Councillor, just a minute. Spencer's going to read it for you.
Through your worship, this is bylaw 6226, which was the previous number used for the TCA application, which was approved tonight. So the bylaws that we would be looking to approve would be 4626, 6226, 7326, and 7426 for all three readings.
All right.
There you go. Councillor Miller.
Okay, so moved by myself, second by Councillor Pierce, that bylaws 4626, 7326, 7426, and 6226 be read a first time.
All those in favor of the first reading of the bylaws? Okay, do it again, please, Councillor Miller. You can ask questions after the second reading.
Moved by myself, second by Councillor Pierce, that bylaws 4626, 7326, and 7426, and 6226 be read a second time, and all preambles and clauses be adopted.
Questions?
Through your worship to Councillor Haley, the bylaw 6226, that is the TCA application, which was 10.2 on the agenda. It's just reusing the number from the May 12th agenda. Through your worship, sorry, could you repeat the question?
Vote against the TCA. Can it be pulled out as a bylaw? Because I would support the other bylaws, but not that one.
Through your worship, we would be looking to include the bylaw just as council approved the application itself and needs the bylaw associated with it.
All those in favor of the second reading of the bylaws? And if you could do it one final time, Councillor Miller?
Just one quick question, Mr. Mayor. Is that 6226 or 62226?
6226.
Okay, so moved by myself, second by Councillor Pierce, that bylaws 4626, 7326, 7426, and 6226 be read a third time, passed, signed, and executed.
All those in favor of the third reading of the bylaws? Thank you. The only thing we have left is the next meeting, and someone better adjourn us. Counselor, how'd you adjourn us?